Stop doing that. The camera got pulled when the cable snagged it. Making sure I had enough room. Oh, I need to move this window. Jerry Martin is first. Yeah. Okay. Pop out. There we go. Yeah, I was sick as shit last week. My viewers. Hello, Radioactive RC Timothy. Charlie Ranson. I'm quite a bit better. Last week was pretty ugh. I was eating Tylenol and Advil like candy. We're assuming COVID again. It was over 2 weeks with a headache and a fever. And a couple of days you felt really bad, so we're assuming another case of COVID. Is that working? Yes, that's working. Yeah. Oh. There was something in the bottom of that. Coffee. Some star dogs breathe reserve. Oh, whatever marijuana you got. Hey, Pygar.
I am Groot.
Good morning, RG. There we go. Forgot to add the link to what we're playing with today. There we go. Some slurricane. What's the green? That is the what's the name of that Star Wars critter? I forget the name of it. It's a Star Wars critter that someone made a model available of that was popular for a little while. And where's that box at? Is that it? No. Well, I think I found it and lost it, so I'll have to find it again. But Rancor, that's it. I finally found the fans to my. There it is. I finally found the fans I needed for my Chiron, so I can get that operational again and finish printing the Rancor. This is neat. It's a coffee cup that has a stir bar inside. And that stir bar is magnetically driven, and it uses a thermocouple to power it. So your cup is cold, you put hot liquid in it, it uses the thermocouple to generate electricity and spins the stir bar so it mixes your coffee or hot chocolate or whatever. It's pretty cool. We're getting snow today. Getting a whole bunch of snow today. We're going to get between 12 or so inches of snow. And it's going to be cold. It's 23 degrees right now. And we are going to see, let's see if it still holds. Yeah, it's going to be -2 degrees tonight. That's Fahrenheit for you weirdos with Celsius. It's going to be -3 tomorrow, and it's going to be 4 degrees on Friday. So it's going to be a cold 3 days. That's like -20 Celsius. I've been sick for a few weeks now, and last week it was just too nasty. I mean, I got to the point where I had 2 down-filled quilts covering me up, and I was still shaking like a leaf. Just for that one night, but damn. And I was like, fuck this, and gave it to Michelle. It's like, your turn. If you guys saw my social media, you saw I got some pretty cool pictures. Check this out. That is my kitty. So that's Cozy Kitty just sleeping in his little bed. And this is a picture I didn't realize I had. I tried to shoot, yeah, I'm assuming that. But it was a mild case because we're vaccinated, so no real bad sickness. It was like a real bad flu. I didn't realize I got this shot. This is the cleanest shot I got of the eclipse. I tried shooting it with my 600mm lens on my crop sensor camera. So that's equivalent to, well, it's 1.6. So that's, equivalent to, what, 1800mm or something like that, 2000mm. And, I found this one shot that was actually in focus in my film roll. So that is the cleanest, closest shot I got. This is uncropped. This is the original image. So I got a really, really nice shot of the moon with that lens. And then yesterday, day before yesterday, Ender was in the cat tree up there. and it just looked so adorable. I had to get the camera. I hissed at Michelle to stop moving and don't touch him because she was about to poke him with a foam stick. And I was like, no, I need this picture. And I got this shot. That is just such a good shot. Oh my God, I love this picture so much. You can actually see my monitor right there. You can see my monitor in the reflection in his eye. And you can almost see me. That's me sitting right there taking the picture in the reflection in his eye. It's so good. Oh my God, that picture came out so good. So someone had the nerve to tell me the picture's not quite in focus. I'm like, I can see myself in his eye. I can see the point of his claw. I can count the fucking hairs on his head. And he says, well, his back paws aren't in focus. I was like, there are no back paws. What picture are you looking at? Oh, people are dumb. But yeah, this shot that's the reef hanging up on the wall, and the short depth of field blew out the reef, so it's perfect. It's got that nice soft, mythical, fall autumn type colors going on in the background, which cleans up the picture real nice. I love this shot. I've actually got a print of this shot and this shot that I'm gonna pick up from Walgreens today. I found a 40% off coupon, so I was able to get a big print for what, 18 bucks. I'm talking almost 3 foot by 2 foot. So these two shots are gonna go up on my wall. Hi, baby. How you doing? You good boy. Now I need to get some shots like that of you.
I got one.
No, I mean nice. Send it to the cheeseburger site? What's the cheeseburger site? I assume that's something to do with the Can I Has cheeseburger meme. If she decides. And then someone posted a picture of The Rock, a younger picture of The Rock, a model, a 3D model that he actually released for anybody to print, and it's in pieces. So I am going to attempt to print him in 100% scale. I just think that'd be neat. 100% scale. You say he wants to take you on a date to Denny's.
Who does?
Welfare God.
Why?
Because he's a weirdo.
I don't even know this guy.
That's the point.
Goldie said no.
He still doesn't seem to understand that when you go on dates, you tend to eat your date.
I do not.
Liar.
I do not. And Goldie said he doesn't approve of the date.
Yeah, I love yeah. I actually had to post it. I was like, I can see my computer setup in his eye. I could see the tip of his claw. I can count the hairs on his head. And that was a 30th of a second exposure. And it was only, actually the ISO wasn't that bad. It was 1000 ISO. Which is high, but that's not that bad. But that's where the grain is coming from. You're seeing that's the CCD noise. Actually, CMOS noise. He said you could pay, right?
What?
He said you could pay, right?
If he takes me to dinner, that's his. He has has to pay.
She's like, what? He can pay.
He invited me to dinner. Denny's.
Now she's definitely going to eat you.
I am not going to eat him.
Liar.
You're sick. That's your thing.
She's going to eat you.
I am not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I found her. I kept detecting a weird power draw in the house. I'm like, where the hell is this power going? Like, there's power going, extra above what I'm using. I turned everything off, and I still had this power draw. I found a freezer hidden out back, and I figured that's Michelle's stash freezer,
What stash freezer?
where she keeps her victims.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I found your victim storage.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's your...
Yeah, of course you don't. Of course you don't.
Stop scaring these people. Stop telling them lies.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cats even say, stop telling lies about me.
He's hungry. He's really hungry.
He's always hungry. He steals Noel's food. Remember that?
Talk about a pain in the ass. I got this bad boy here. This is a Nikon D1. This is this along with the Fuji FinePix are the first two digital SLRs released to the consumer market. So the first viable DSLRs released to the market. And well, this camera is a pain in the ass because it takes this battery that I got for 20 bucks, no big deal. So I got the battery for 20 bucks. The problem is the power supply doesn't charge the battery. The only way to charge this battery, the only official way to charge this battery, is that there is a plug on the end of the battery, right there. And you have to plug it into that. And I already have arrangements with the local police, so that'll never happen again. And that charger, there's only 3 chargers made that will charge that battery. The MH15, MH16, and MH17 chargers. And they are unobtainium. Like, they're like $200 to $400 for the charger. They're that rare. I was like, fuck you. It's a nickel metal hydride battery. I'm just going to hook up 2 contacts to those chargers and use an RC car battery charger. But when you plug it into an AC port, it does not charge the battery. You have to actually remove the battery and plug that MH16 charger into the battery to charge the battery. Talk about a pain in the ass. And then talk about a kludge together. This is the FinePix S2, basically the same thing as the S1. And this one actually works fine. So does that one, as soon as I can charge the battery. But these original SLRs were actually a hybridized camera. They were half film camera and half digital camera. Like this is the Nikon F5 mated to a digital backside. Although that one's a bit more integrated. And the same thing with this one. It's basically a film camera that has been modified to be a digital camera. Of course, modified on a manufacturing level. Well, the AC powers the camera. Like I can turn this camera on. Well, it's not plugged in right now, but I can plug it in. So this camera is now powered up. and I can take pictures. Oh, I forgot. I have to press this button. I can take pictures with it. Weirdly enough, half pressing the button does not focus. It's supposed to, but it doesn't. I have to actually press this AF on button, and then it will focus. And then I can take the picture. So it's powering the camera. The camera's running right now. It's working. But I have to have this plugged into it because the battery's dead, so it can't run off the battery. And that plug doesn't charge the battery. So I can power it, you know, but I'd have to bring a portable battery with me to power it. This one works fine. This one takes AA batteries, which is really nice. Let me show you. So this one takes a battery sled and it takes 4 AA batteries. But it also requires 2 CR123 batteries to function, and it also requires a CR2016 battery to run. Because this is a bastardized camera, because it's a half film camera, half digital camera, these AA batteries power the digital portion of the camera, and these 2 CR123s, which go in right here, which were a hell of a fit to get them in there, because I guess these rechargeable CR123s are just a hair bigger than the regular disposable CR123s. So boy, was that tough closing that door. And these 2 are what you would have in the film camera. So that's what drives the flash and the autofocus on the lens. You know, the actual camera functions. And that's why it has 2 separate screens. So this is the film camera half, and this is the digital camera half. And then, of course, you have the 2016 battery to remember the settings if these die and you have to change them out. So you have 3 different types of batteries to run this thing. Now, in reality, these and the coin cell will last for months. The ones you're going to be changing every day are the AA's. But it's just that's amazing, you know, how that technology works like that. My first digital camera was the Casio QV10. Hey, Francis. This is actually an upgraded version of it. The Casio QV700. It's a little bit bigger, and this one has a flash. My QV10 doesn't have a flash. But, you know, this original was 640 before. This one's actually 2 megapixels. But it's got a rotatable screen, or LCD. And then this one has a memory card. My original one does not have a memory card. My original one, you had to plug in a serial cable into that 2.5mm jack there. And it took about an hour to download the 96 pictures to the SD card. And then this one doesn't always want to turn on. I gotta whack it the right way. And sometimes I just can't get it to turn on. I mean, it is 30 years old. Almost 30 years old, like 25 years old. But I gotta figure out why that doesn't always want to turn on. And then this is one that, you know, I wish I could have had back in the day. So this is a slightly newer, this is like from 1999. Slightly newer version of the Casio camera. So you got your itty bitty screen on the back there. So there's your itty bitty LCD screen right there. But this one had an 8 times optical zoom. What I would have given to have an 8 times zoom back then. Because, you know, it's only 2 megapixels. So if you got to crop in on a picture, you're not going to get that great a picture. But I got this for like $8 on eBay. Couldn't believe it. This was like, you know, $1,000 when it came out. And the reason I had to have cameras like the Casio back then was because they were $1,000. This camera was like $4,000 or $3,600 or something like that. It was so expensive back then. Hey Francis, thank you. SPC3D, hello. But it's kind of fascinating, you know, this old camera. It's still quite usable. I mean, that FinePix is a 6 megapixel camera. That is still 100% usable today. Although I think the Nikon's a 2.6 megapixel. I gotta actually download it. Let's find out right now. I've got pictures on here. So you see the compact flash card is not on the side because that's the border between the two cameras. So it's actually fully on the back. So you have to open this, press this, and open this, and there's your compact flash card on the back here that you could then take out. Yeah, we're doing okay. Thank you, Rick. So let's see. So that's one of the pictures. The pictures are only 639 kilobytes. Wow. And they are 2000 by 1312. So 2000 times 1312, 2.6 megapixels, 2,624,000 pixels. And that's completely usable. You know, 2 megapixels, especially on an SLR with a good lens. Nice. That's a totally usable camera. Actually, weird, I got this one here. This is one of the ways I make money is I buy cheap SLRs, and then I stock cheap lenses. I put together an entire kit, and then I sell that entire ready-to-go kit to people for a small profit. So obviously I would not sell it with this lens. This is my baby. This is a Canon L2870 2.8. But I actually grabbed this EOS 20D. I don't even know what megapixels, I forget what it is, 6 or 8. But the only reason I grabbed this EOS 20D, it was 50 bucks. And it came with this gem inside. So this is cool. I actually have a bunch of these. There's an 8 gigabyte one. Here's a 4 gigabyte one. There's another 1 gig one. And I have a 5 gigabyte one here somewhere. These are micro drives. So this is actually a spinning hard drive. So this is a hard disk. This is like the spinning hard disk that would be in your computer. If you look closely, you can even see the round section right here. There it is. You can see the round section, that's where the motor is. So that's actually a spinning hard disk. Meaning, don't drop these. And because back then, we had 2 megabyte compact flash cards. And 128 megabytes was normal. Not 128 gigabytes, 128 megabytes. And then, by the time these SLRs came out, you were within a year or two of being able to buy a 1 gigabyte card, but they were like $300. So if you wanted serious storage, they figured, okay, we can't do compact flash that big yet, but we can do hard drives that big. I think the first one was 370 megabytes. And then, of course, they rapidly came out with the 1 gigabyte micro drive. So that's the 1 gig. You can see the hole. There it is. You can see the holes where the spindle motor and stuff is. But these things, this alone sells for $100 on eBay, and the camera is $50 with one of these. So buying that camera, I'm going to put a regular compact flash card in it. I have an entire pile of these. I got like 15 of these. I got a whole bunch of little 512 gig cards because they're not worth as much anymore. And so I'll put one of those with each camera. And then I'll sell this, and that's enough to buy 2 cameras. Because I already have a micro drive, so I don't need 2. So $50 for free. But yeah, my biggest one is 8 gigabytes. I don't know if they ever made it bigger than an 8 gigabyte micro drive. I think that is the biggest. But it actually took me a while to find a reader that would read that, because my normal reader, my Pixel Flash, where is that? There it is. So this is my normal reader, my Pixel Flash, but it only reads Type 1. It's not big enough. The slot isn't big enough to accept a Type 2 card. So I went on eBay and found an old ImageMate. These are actually unobtainium too. These sell for $40-50, so I think I paid $20 for this, so I can turn around and resell this now, and I'll probably make a profit. But that will take Compact Flash Type 2, but it doesn't have enough power to drive the micro drive. So it can see it, but then it can't boot it because it can't spin the drive up. And eventually I finally found this cheap little reader off of Amazon, and it has enough power to drive the micro drive. So this little reader, but it also comes with a USB-C cable. 8 gigabyte is the largest. Okay, so that is the largest right there. It makes sense because at that point, probably by the time this came out, is there any dates on this? I would imagine by the time this came out, this was, oh, there's a date. I think that says date. But it might be a code, like an encoded date.
Hi all.
So the date says, yeah, it says date.
Hi all.
06165. I don't know what that means. I want to... Were they still making micro drives in 2006? Because that might be 2006 and then day 165. Pygar says hi. And you found the bag?
Yeah. These mine?
Uh-huh.
These mine?
Oh, I guess we share them. You don't get to just take them.
Who's Kit Kats?
What?
There's a Kit Kat bar in there. Whose is that?
Mine.
Okay. Because I'm still missing that.
And that's from Seagate, too. Yeah, so this probably was week or day 165 of the year 2006. Because that's the date code on the card. Come on. Focus. There it is. Kind of. There it is. See, date 06165. So I'm guessing that means 2006, day 165. And so by then, larger compact flash cards were coming out and becoming cheaper in price. So these ceased to have a function, so they disappeared. But, you know, back in the early 2000s, you know, late 90s, these would have been much, much more viable compared to compact flash. Like, is there a date code on this one? Yeah, see, copyright 1999-2000. So this was made at the end of the century, beginning of the century. And 5 or 6 years later, larger compact flash cards, you know, the flash prices started to come down. They started to get cheaper. Now you could buy a 32 gigabyte card for $5. Like literally, you could buy a 32 gig card, well, SD card, for $5.
Do you want a drink?
Yeah, give me the lemonade strawberry. It's in the same bag.
Yeah, the other one I'm keeping.
What other one?
The breast.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Oh, no, you're not. You put my breast back.
I didn't touch it.
I don't trust you. I don't trust you.
Here. My drink's in my hand.
You're sneaky.
This is mine.
Every now and then these go on sale, you know, for 50 cents, 60 cents, so we grab a few of them. But I had this one sitting in the car, and last night I was like, I better take it out of the car, because it's probably going to freeze and burst when we get -2 degrees. Yeah, I was really sick, Mark, so I just didn't stream.
James, White said hi.
Howdy, Nerese. I know.
Howdy, Nerese. No, you're...
So just fascinating stuff, you know. I mean, I just had a problem. If you guys saw Life of Nerese, you saw I just made a whole video because I thought I got a great deal. You know, I needed a long lens to go with this. See, when you sell a rocketry kit, you need two lenses. You need a wide angle and you need a long lens. Otherwise, you're not going to catch a picture of the rocket. So when I go to sell, well, I'm not going to sell this one. This one stays in my collection. But when I sell like the D20, I'll sell it with, you know, a 18 or 28 millimeter lens and a 300 millimeter lens, flash card, chargers, all that stuff. I'll make up a whole kit and I'll sell that kit. Wow. Took out the threads. Holy crap. Well, he put up a listing for a Tamron 28-300, which is actually a pretty nice lens. You know, it's not the greatest lens, but you know, for that price, it was a pretty good lens. So I bought it, and I got a 28-80. So I decided, you know something, it's not a horrible price. Is it really? This drive is selling for $200? Wow, I wish I had two of them. I'd sell one. That's incredible. Look up what the 1 gig drives are selling for. These things sell for $100. I couldn't believe it. The only one I'm missing from my collection, well, I'm missing two. I'm missing the 3 gigabyte, which I want. I'll eventually get one. And I'm missing the 370 megabyte one. They're just selling for too pricey an amount for me to get it just to add to my collection. It's just too much money. But have you seen what lenses are selling for? I bought an 18-200 STM lens, or 55-200, a 55-200 STM lens for my sister's camera when she got a camera. I bought her a nice camera, and I think I paid $140 for that lens, $150 for that lens. It wasn't that bad on eBay. It's selling on eBay for $600. What? Why? I have no idea why. For some reason, lenses are, well, certain lenses are just stupidly Oh, I think I know why. Those STM lenses are probably in demand. There's no chips in a lens. Those STM lenses, I think, are unusually compatible with the micro four thirds cameras, you know, the mirrorless cameras, which are all the rage right now. And I think those STM lenses are unusually compatible with them because it's for the APS-C size sensor, which is usually what the micro four thirds comes with. You know, that size of a sensor. So I bet you it has something to do with that. Because right now the RF lenses that are made for that type of camera are crazy expensive. They're nice, but they're crazy expensive. What I want is the I was so annoyed because the lens I want, this is not it. I want the 2470. The 2470 is a macro lens, a really good macro lens. And I love shooting macro photography. But right now it's just stupid expensive. It's like, no. I mean, the lens I want is the Canon LF4 100mm macro. And it's like $400. It's like, shit. Like, that's just too much. Oh, too much for my budget. But I love shooting, I heard you. But I love shooting macro photography, and that's just, ouch. That just hurts. What are you gonna do? Oh, I'm working on a I thought you guys might get a kick out of that. I'm working on a, here, I'll show you. I am working on this. So this right here is these lithium iron phosphate batteries. And this right here is camcorder. So this is a Canon Vixia HFW10, you know, just a 1080p camcorder. I got those because they work with the YOLO tube box. They have clean HDMI out. That's in Tinkercad. I never change the default because you change the default, it just changes it back the next time you load it, so I just leave it alone. But I actually had to break it into 2 parts because I realized it's like 653 millimeters long. So I had to redesign that joint in front of the batteries there so I could break it into 2 pieces and then, you know, bolt it together. And I realized I can print my own bolts. So that's exactly what I did.
Have fun. Bye.
I printed my own M6 bolts. Come on. There we go. It's kind of focusing.
Have fun.
So there it is. I printed M6 bolts. That was the crack I was installing so that I can install Simplify 3D on more than one computer. The crack was not compatible. And so that's what was causing it to slice with nothing. Someone pointed me to a crack that did work, and it works fine now. I got sick and tired of deactivating one computer and activating another computer on Simplify 3D's website. And what happens when their website goes down completely? Because it's going to happen eventually. So now they're all cracked. Fuck it.
Watch your mouth.
And now I don't have to keep changing it between computers. So I made my own little M6 bolts and nuts that work great. They thread together right off the print. I was surprised. What I do is I just either shrink the bolt or enlarge the nut by 2%. So I shrank the bolt to 98%. Perfect. Threads right together. And that worked pretty neat. I shaved down the top of the bolt so there's not much there so that it won't interfere with the batteries. And the idea is the old shoulder-mounted camcorders. Mine doesn't work anymore. This stopped working years ago. But the advantage of the shoulder-mounted camcorders, especially when you're shooting rockets and stuff like that, is that your shoulder takes the weight. So it's much easier to track an object without the camera shaking really badly. You don't need an Ender 2 profile from Simplify 3D. Just take your Ender 3 profile and change the build volume. That's all you need to do. This idea of downloadable profiles is bullshit. It means nothing. It really does. Just take your Ender 3 profile and change your build volume. That's exactly what I do. When I plug in an Ender 2, I just change my build volume to the Ender 2 build volume. That's all I do. And you could probably increase your speeds, because the Ender 2 would be capable of going a little bit faster than the Ender 3.
Noel's still eating.
Hey, 3D Medic. Yeah, yeah, I see him.
Ender's over here.
Is there a bottle?
Why?
In case Ender goes after his food, I can chuck it at him. Give me a bottle to keep handy.
I have 2.
I just need one. I keep ammunition handy, so if I see Ender going after Noel's food, I beat him in the head.
He doesn't like it.
No, he doesn't.
I'm going back to the room underneath the blankets for us.
There's a lot of things I want to change on the Ender 2 Pro, but yeah, I think it looks pretty cool. Oh. Diet strawberry lemonade. Oh, it's so good.
There he is, Chris.
What?
Ender.
Yeah, I know.
On the thing.
I know.
He just went up there.
Michelle, I know. I can see him. So the idea is to build my own shoulder mount to hold the camcorder, because the problem with these camcorders is they have incredible zoom lenses. This has a 40 times optical zoom lens, which is ludicrous. Well, you try to hold something like this small, You try to, even with optical image stabilization, you try to hold steady on something 40x zooming. Good luck with that. There's just too many micro motions in your hand. You're just not going to do it. And the reason those shoulder mounted cameras, the professional ones, the reason they weighed 20 or 30 pounds, they were heavy, but there was a reason for that weight, because that weight gave the camera inertia. So when you zoomed in, the camera itself, its own mass, damped your motions. So you didn't have these little micro jitters like you're going to have on a handheld camera. Those micro jitters were dampened by the mass of the camera itself. So for rocketry and also for wildlife photography, that's going to be very handy. But I want a modern camera and sensor. So I'm going to put this is going to mount to that frame, and then one of these batteries will mount to that frame, and that will give me the mass. Also, to run the camera for 100 hours. So 4 days straight. But that combination will give me the modern technology and the mass for the inertia, and I'm hoping maybe that will work. I also need to put a 50mm rifle scope on there, but I can't do that until after I build the first prototype, because I have to figure out where to put it. And I also have to build sides for it because I want it to look nicer. And also I need to make sure it's rigid, so that because you're not going to get the dampening effect of the battery if the whole frame can wiggle. But that's the latest project. So I printed the bolts out. Digiscoping? I don't even know what that means. Let's look that up. What? Oh! What the... Okay, the neologism. Newly coined word or expression. Okay. Yeah, I used to do that a lot, actually. The first time I went to a seeing event, a friend of mine took me to a park up in the middle of Pennsylvania, where it's darker. And I also have pictures from a NASCAR race we went to. It was, I don't remember why. They thought the event was going to be canceled, but then something changed and they were able to hold the event. But of course now nobody showed because everybody already canceled their thing. So my dad was able to get tickets for like nothing. It was up in the Poconos, Pocono 500. And so we got NASCAR tickets for like nothing. And we're talking like the booth, the nice balcony part, the nicer tickets, because nobody was there. And so I did exactly that. I put my cell phone camera up to a binoculars and got some nice pictures. Got some actually really nice pictures. And you could also do that with a regular digital camera, the ones with the lens that comes out, stick that right in a pair of binoculars and it would work pretty well. So that's not what I'm doing here. I'm actually just using a camcorder. What I'm doing is I'm putting the camcorder in a shell that gives it inertia. And I actually found out I have to be careful. I can't have the camera too close to my face or I can't read the screen. But yeah, I went to a seeing event, and this one guy had this 10-inch Dobsonian telescope, beautiful telescope, handmade. He made it himself. And I saw Saturn. I think it was Saturn in the scope, and I was like, I need a picture of this. And I was like, hang on. And I pull my phone out, and I was like, keep it on Saturn, and I'm going to take a picture of Saturn. He's like, that's not going to work. And I go, click. Yes, it is. And the guy just looked at me like I was some sort of a demon. He's like, how did I not know that worked? I started showing people the camera on the picture on the phone, and all of a sudden the seeing gets a little worse for a second because like 15 people pull out their cell phones to stick them on the eyepiece of their telescopes because no one had ever thought to do that. Oh my God. Well, the problem is we're 1,500 feet away from the rocket, and we're not allowed to be any closer than 1,500 feet. You know, there tends to be safety rules regarding things that could go boom. So it's either zoom or get lost. And so there had to be at least a dozen or more people all pulling out their cell phones after seeing this picture I took, because I mean, none of them had ever thought to put a camera, you know, a regular camera. You know, they have T mounts. So with the right equipment, you can mount your SLR camera to a telescope. Now that existed by then. It's called astrophotography, but it's expensive, and usually you don't take a single picture. Usually you're taking you punch numbers into calculators to figure out the math for what you need to do. You have a tracking unit that actually, it's a equatorial tracking unit that will actually track the object in the sky. It basically compensates for Earth's rotation. And you would take hundreds of pictures, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pictures. And then you would, in software, if you looked at those pictures, they'd all be black. But if you put those pictures in software, they do what's called stacking. So each time you take the picture, you're not getting the whole picture, but you are getting some data. And if you have hundreds of pictures, you could eventually pull all the good data out of those hundreds of pictures, throw away the bad data, and you squish them together into a stack to make a composite photograph of like a galaxy that you're trying to take a picture of that you can't even see with the naked eye. And so that's what they were used to. No, I guess they just never thought, just take your phone or your camera and put it right into the eyepiece and take a picture. Is it a great picture? No, but it's a fucking picture of Saturn, and I'm happy with that. It was funny as hell just watching everybody stop what they were doing, and you could see the gears in their brain churning for a second, like, what the fuck, that worked? I didn't think anything of it because, you know, I was poor, so I didn't have big zoom lenses at the time, so I would be sticking my camera in. Even my Casio. Now, this was later than my Casio. You know, we had cell phone cameras then. But I would even be, like, sticking my Casio into the lens, you know, take a pair of binoculars and you stick that right on there like that. You have to move it around until you got that sweet spot, but it worked. If you say, well, it's not a great picture, I was like, it's a perfectly usable picture. I mean, is it going to be as good as the guy who has the, you know, the $6,000 SLR with the, you know, the, you know, $3,000 lens? No, but I got the shot, didn't I? But yeah, that was funny. It was just, you know, it's one of those never thought of it kind of moments. You know, I didn't invent anything. Other people had been doing, well, now I know it's called digiscoping. Other people have been doing digiscoping for years. Just they were doing it for different activities, and these two activities had simply never met. You know, the telescope people never thought of putting their camera into a telescope's eyepiece, and the camera people never thought about going, hey, let me find the telescope and see if that'll work. They just never, the two never crossed. So that was funny. Everybody just pulling out their phones, pulling out their cameras. Back then, you had a lot of the point-and-shoot cameras, you know, the little dedicated digital camera. You know, it was before the cell phones had high-resolution cameras. And so here I pull out, it was either an S2 or an S3, Galaxy S2 or Galaxy S3 I pulled out. I just whipped out my smartphone and, yeah, click. So, yeah, it's funny. But today we have something interesting from Longer. The Longer3D's, well, actually, I guess it's just Longer. I thought it was Longer3D, but I guess the company is just named Longer. But finally, someone with a laser cutter that is offline and has an LCD screen. So you could put a memory card in it, you have an LCD screen for doing laser work. One of my favorite lenses, right now it's out in the container somewhere. I gotta dig it out now, especially since I should be able to use that lens with both my Nikon and my Canon. I just gotta get a Nikon mount for it, which should be like $10. I love this lens though. It's a pain in the ass because it's manual focus, and the depth of field is like a razor thin depth of field. So if you're off by even a tiny bit, you ain't getting a shot. Where is it at? It's not these, it's the mirror, it's the reflector lens. There it is. Really? They sell these for... No way! $273? I paid like $90 for mine. Like literally, I paid like $90. Jesus. They really are selling that for $273? That's really insane. $300. Good ship. $40 shipping. I bet you it's cheaper elsewhere. But anyway, I got one of these. So this is a, it's basically a reflector telescope. Thank you, DeWitt. So this goes both to your camera. I also have a doubler, so I can go 1600 millimeters. Focus is a pain in the ass. I mean, it is a pain. Because you're talking, the difference between this and this is in or out of focus. So the way I learned to shoot with this is I would find roughly where the focus is. I'd go past it. I would press and hold the shutter button to, motor drive, tick, 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 and then I would just slowly rotate the lens, tick, 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 and one or two of those shots would pass through the point where it was in focus. I got this picture of a duck's foot with water droplets on it that is mind-blowing. This is the kind of thing where 99 out of 100 shots you take are worthless, but that one shot you get, wow! But to now this is ridiculous. This I guess because it's in Europe. Yeah, it must be because it's in Europe. It should not cost this much. But anyway, I paid less than $100 for mine. But this, is the equivalent of a poor man's big lens. Like putting your phone into a binoculars, compared to this. And that's used price. $8,000! I mean, granted, this is an f5.6 with much better optics versus this is f16, f32 with the doubler. But holy shit! How do people afford that? Wow. These tube lenses are pretty common, but they're not as good. Well, for 800 millimeters, it's pretty close to what you're going to get. It should not be that price. But you can get... Oh, there it is. That's more reasonable. There we go. I mean, it's a little more than I paid, but that's more reasonable. But there you go. 800 millimeter f8 manual. That's actually f8, not f16. That's not that bad. But f8 manual focus. It's literally a reflector telescope. So here's your primary. There's a small mirror in the bottom, a ring mirror at the bottom that reflects into this, and then that reflects down into the lens. So it's literally like a reflector telescope, which causes some interesting bokeh issues because you technically have a hole in the middle of your lens. It's kind of fascinating. But it's a poor man's way to get some serious telephoto range without the price. I mean, here, this one here is $75. I think mine is actually Optica. Oh, well, here's my most expensive lens. This is my baby. This is a Canon 70-200 Mark II 2.8L lens. They're about $1,700. New. Used, they're about $1,100. I think I paid like $950 for this one. And I also have the Mark III doubler. That was another $361. But I went on the forums and I had a choice. I needed 400 millimeters of range. I could either buy a 100-400 or I could buy a 70-200 and a doubler. I was like, which one's going to give me better image quality? Technically, the Mark II 70-200 with the Mark III doubler gives a slightly better sharpness than a 100-200 or a 100-400 Mark II. So I got the 70-200 and I got the doubler. But this is what's nice about this one is without the doubler, it's a fast fucking lens. I mean, even on an older camera, the autofocus is just tack sharp like a razor. I love this lens. When it comes to rocketry, you don't get much better than that. And just remember, these price increases have nothing to do with inflation. It's price gouging. Alright? The corporate America is throwing a fit because 15 million people remove themselves from the job market and they don't know what to do about it. Let's see. Where is duplicate tab? Here we go. Let's see. Nothing comes up, so it's not on eBay. $44,000. Wow. But then again, 250 millimeter with a T of two, a T is so okay. You use f-stop to calculate T. T is your actual true measurement you want, but we typically use f-stop. But a T of 2.9 to 3.5 for a large format lens, that's a big fucking lens. And yeah, I can see lenses like this being that expensive because it takes a lot of work to. And not only that, it's a zoom lens. It's an 82. You know, there's a reason a lot of very large lenses are what we call primes. A prime lens is a fixed focal length lens. So like this here is technically still a telephoto lens. This is a 2880. So this zooms between 28 millimeters and 80 millimeters. Well, prime lens is a lens that has one focal length. So it's an 80 millimeter lens, or it's a 50 millimeter lens, or it's a 100 millimeter lens. And that's because it's a lot easier to make a single focal length lens, especially when you want to make it faster, meaning bigger aperture. So to have an 80-250, which is not only a telephoto lens, but that would classify as a super zoom lens, with a T value of 2.9 to 3.5 and have it good enough to be able to use it for large format. Large format would be bigger than 35 millimeter and bigger than 120 millimeter. So you're talking 4x5, 2x3, 6x10, 6x8. You're talking big format film, you know, hundreds of megapixels if you were to actually scan that at a high enough resolution. So yeah, that makes sense. That's ridiculous. Jesus. Yeah, see, it creates an image circle 46 millimeters in diameter. Wow. That's incredible. That's truly incredible. Only 3.6. Yeah, I just noticed that. Only $3,600 a month. Take out a car loan to buy a camera lens. Oh my God. But if you want some reach or a budget, $75. Just do a search for a 500mm lens, and these will pop up. Maybe you can even get it cheaper. And this one is the nice one. This one gets you 800mm. These, stay away from these. These are junk. I mean, I have a couple of them. I've never had good luck with them. Yeah, wide angles are ridiculous. That's the one thing I don't have. I would love to get like a 1740 or something like that, but there's so much money. That's because a wider lens needs a bigger primary, and you know, making glass that big costs a lot of money. Just ask the people who made the James Webb Telescope. You know, big glass costs money. $50,000. Jesus. That's incredible. And it's in stock. How much you want to bet they only have one? How much you want to bet they have one or maybe two? Jesus. Here's the converter for the 500. Oh, and the 800. So I have one of these somewhere. I don't know where it's at. I know where the lens is, but I don't know where the doubler is. But you take a 800mm reflector and you add a doubler. That gives you 1600mm, and then you put that on a crop sensor camera. So you have 1600 times 1.6, and you have the equivalent of a 2560mm lens. That's amazing. But you have to tripod mount that. There's no way in hell you're holding that steady. Wow. $800 for that one. Now this, I'm pretty sure this is the exact same lens, so I wonder why that's so expensive. $700. Jesus. What are you going to do? What's this? That's the laser we're going to play with today. So let's get this box open. But yeah, it's amazing how much money you can spend very, very quickly. Like the lens I want. Nope, I actually have. Really? That lens is $369. I have one of those. I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's 100, not 10. Where is that lens at? See, like this one here. You can't see it. 11 to 24mm. You know, that would round out my collection. You know, $1,100. Yeah, that's not happening. Hi, kitty. How you doing? Yeah. Where is that lens? What? Wow, that's actually not a bad deal. $400 for a 7200 f4. 2.8 is obviously way better, but why can't I find this? And why does it keep not putting in 2 zeros when I press 0, 0? There it is. I'm looking for a buy it now price. I can just do this. That's an FD. We don't want FD lenses. Really, you're going to make me go and put EF in there? Really? Why is that so cheap? Oh, that's not the L, that's the USM. But still, 2.8 100 macro for 100 bucks? I don't have it, but wow. So where's the good one? Why isn't this showing up? I don't understand why it's giving me. Am I typing something wrong? Here's one. This one here. So this is one of the best macro lenses you can get if you want to take macro photography. But obviously it's way more than I could ever afford. There it is. f2.8L, EF100. It's got better than a 1x macro magnification. But yeah, 600 bucks. Yeah, no. That ain't happening. But the USM version is only 100 bucks. Actually, that's the non-USM version, but still, it's only 100 bucks. That's actually almost reasonable. I'll have to look up what the magnification on that is. Hi, baby. Yeah, I could. I could sell a microdrive to buy that. Now, I don't want to get rid of my 8 gig, but I have an extra 1 gig and they're selling for 100 bucks. Although that's only going to get me like 60 bucks after fees and taxes and all that bullshit. Okay. Time to open the box. Watch out, kitty. Watch out or I'll bite you. Well, eBay has a fee, and then PayPal has a fee, and then the state has a fee, and then the federal government has 4 fees, and yeah, so I would sell the microdrive for 100 bucks. The first thing that's going to happen is I lose $20 to taxes. So that's gone. 15.3% FICA plus about 10% for state and federal. So $20 is gone right away. And then eBay and PayPal together are going to charge another 10 or 12%. So you're already down to like $55. And then I paid $50. There's no point in selling it. Well, no, I'm selling the camera. I got it because I got the camera. So that still works. So I can make $50. I'll sell it for $100 and make $50. Isn't that wonderful? Don't mess with me. Hi, kitty. Hi. They really do get pretty insane. A lot of people think being self-employed means, well, you don't got to pay any taxes. Well, you do gain the privilege of paying income tax and not revenue tax, which is actually a pretty big deal. But no. Don't jump in here. I got to clean all this out, kitty. So let me finish this, and then I'll toss the box on the floor, and you can have it. Yep, this laser is offline with an LCD screen. And it has Wi-Fi too, but I'm not sure how that works. We're going to find out. Oh, that's the 3 legs. Alrighty. Anything in here? Nope. Alright, kitty. Hey. Want the box? Here you go. Go ahead, you can have the box. Well, Ender got it first. Yep, he immediately climbed in the box. I'd be surprised if it doesn't use Gerbil. Now there is USB cable. Looks like some zip ties, toolkit, some bits of plywood, and a brush to get you started. Is that a thumb drive or an SD card reader? SD card reader with SD card. I'm guessing that is for height adjustment, for laser focus, drive belts. Everything is nicely marked. I do like when they do that. It even tells you the step number these parts are involved with. That's really nice. Yeah, I think Noel's getting curious about the box now. He's like, must see box, must see box, must see box. Cats are weird. Okay, all metal. I do like that. But here's the cool part about this. This actually has a control interface. Yes, I have Lightburn now. Thanks to you guys. Come on, there it goes. So this critter has an LCD screen, touchscreen, with an SD card slot and a USB port, and I'm guessing that is a temperature or smoke sensor. It's probably the smoke sensor right there. So this can be run without having to be directly connected to a computer, which is really nice. So nice sheathing on that. That is all of your cabling coming out. That's very neat. We don't need that. I already have one set up. This should be the laser head. Hi, baby. You want to smell? Huh? He's like, I want to see something new. Show me. Usually when I wrangle plastic, he thinks it's food. I don't think you can make a cup of tea. So this is the thing they're doing now, which I actually like, is that they shroud. The laser is shrouded, which does several things. One, that stops you from crashing the laser into something, but also stops you from looking directly at the laser. And then this is actually that laser plastic. So, you know, it doesn't stop it from the back, but from the front and sides, it stops reflected light, because this will almost touch your print surface, or whatever you're burning. And so that's actually a pretty novel solution. You saw that on the last one I did. They did that as well. But that's actually a pretty nifty solution for handling laser safety. That doesn't fix the problem, but that makes it a whole lot better. Nope, sorry. But that's a pretty good middle ground solution for laser safety. Well, this phone has a 3.5 watt speaker, so it's very loud. Okay. At least this power supply has a light on it, so you know it's running. Seriously? It is amazing how difficult they make it to get this apart. And this stuff is strong. That nearly did you in? Why? Where's my knife? Did it just disappear? There it is. Seriously, you multi-wrapped it? Why? At least I got the end of it. Jesus. Okay, laser head's gonna go on top. That's gonna go on top. These are feet. This is a stepper motor. This is the two-sided belt drive. Okay, we don't need the USB cable yet. Guess I can give you guys a little down view here. You're not really seeing very much. Actually, need a wide-angle lens for that. Yeah, I can get my up camera going again. Nippers. Do I have nippers handy? No, I do not. Oh, there they are. Okay. Where are those instructions? It is greener. Yeah, I like the A-Team. Let's move that farther away from the microphone in case it goes off. Let me just turn it down. Yeah, turn it down in case it goes off again. Ooh, let me put that back before I forget. This was from the D1, I think. What's greener? It looks like everything is included for 2 height adjustment. There's the brackets. 5. Step 1 and 2. One and 2. 4 and 5. Nothing in particular yet. I'm still hoping one of these days I will have a laser good enough to cut body tubes. Because what I want to do is laser cut body tubes. Some zipper ties. Okay. In rocketry, when you're making smaller models, especially, laser cut body tubes are nice. There are the 2 drive belts. Little toolkit. Hey, long wrenches. That's nice. I don't think I need a mouse right now, so I'll put this aside. Wattage. Oh, wait, it'll be on the head. No, it's not. I don't know. It's a class 4 laser. I do not know. I wonder what the website says. Hey, Alden. 5 watt makes sense. That sounds about what these usually are. 5 to 5.5 watts. Yes, output power. So output power of at least 5 watts, which is there's really no point in going higher than that. You know, going higher than that, you just start fire faster. To go higher than that, you really need to not be using blue light. There's just a limit to how much more power is going to give you. Okay. Well, I like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a good layout for the instructions. Okay. So, oh, yeah, don't put it in front of the camera. Let's see what's on here. Hello, Paul. We get one of those NETAC 8GB cards. Let us see what is on this. We have, looks like there is G-code built into there for basswood. That's good. Looks like they include the firmware, which is nice. There's a bin file for the firmware. There's a flash download tool. And software. They include laser gribble and Lightburn. There's instructional videos. Takes you to their YouTube channel and MP4 built in. I was really sick. I caught COVID again, so I'm just getting over it now. It's just about done. The last 2 nights I didn't have to take any Advil. So that tells me I'm just about out of it. And then PDF user manuals. They're starting to do a good job with this kind of thing. With including a good SD card that has your sample files to run, as well as manuals, videos, software, and firmware, and actually organizing all of this on the SD card. That's actually really good. So this is the Ray 5 R5. I'm going to back all this up just in case the SD card fails. Yeah, I overrode all of my timers. I disabled my timers and I have my boost heaters going 24/7 now for the next 3 days because we're going to get down to lower than negative 20 degrees here. So it's going to get cold. Like, it's 22 degrees out and it's midday. That's incredible. That's a lot of files, actually. Wow. Two gigabytes worth. Come on. There we go. Now I have a backup of that. Eject. Yeah, do not use alcohol on that Ultra Base. I ruined mine. And you can't remove it. No, minus 20 Celsius. It's going to be about -4 Fahrenheit. I was converting to Celsius approximately for all the Celsius people. It's going to be, what was it? I think it's going to be 0 degrees tonight, -2 degrees tomorrow night, and -4 degrees Thursday night. That, of course, could change. So that's 3 days of blistering cold. Yeah, it's going to be cold. Yeah, we already got about 10 inches of snow, but it's different here. In Michigan, you guys get snow. Here, we get snow. It's the powdery stuff. Like, I'll be able to go drive my car. There's 10 inches of snow on the ground. I'll be able to drive my car right out of here. But yeah, bitter cold. Yeah, that's cold anywhere, D-Wit. Even to Canadians, that's cold. As cold as you guys get? No. But it's still cold. -20 is cold under any metric. Now, of course, the Canadians, they can hit -40, -50 in the wrong parts of Canada. You know, the wrong part of the U.S., you get shot at. The wrong part of Canada, you become a meat popsicle. Yeah, we're probably going to get right around 15 inches or so. Well, actually, it might actually get too cold to snow. There might be no moisture left. The state itself is hoping for a lot of snow. The good news is, even if we don't get, yeah, multipass. Even if we don't get a lot of snow, we're getting it over most of the state. Almost the entire top half of the state's going to get snow. Which we desperately need because we need the water. Because that melt runoff goes into the reservoirs, goes into the aquifers. You know, we need that runoff, that melt from that snow. That is step 6. 4, 5, and 6. Don't go pressing buttons on me. Yes, yeah, it's much lower. Hello? What? You're calling for what? Hello? Are you there? Somebody from Michigan. Who knows what that was about? I heard I'm actually calling about, and I couldn't make out the rest of what he said, and then nothing. Yeah. There's this, I want to get the FinePix S1, because that's actually the first consumer DSLR ever released. And this guy's got one for $100. It's actually not a bad deal. But, it's become an ego battle at this point. I know it's dumb, but I hate when people do stupid things. It really, I don't like rewarding people when they do stupid things. So the guy has make offer available. I was like, okay, I'll make him an offer. I offered him $80. He declined the offer. It's like, okay, I offered him $85. He counter offered with $100. $100's what he's selling it for. Like, your buy it now price is $100. So, why the hell would you enable make offer if you're not willing to entertain any offers? It's like, why do that? Why put make offer there if you are unwilling to entertain even 1 penny less than the asking price? Why? I don't get it. Okay, so the first thing we need is the main spar. That's this piece here. And then we are going to need the stepper motor. A new stepper motor. And then packet number 1, I'm guessing, the 4 M6 screws. M3-6. So we're just going to install the stepper. Which direction does the stepper face? It does not tell you which direction the stepper faces. If the drawing is correct, it doesn't tell me which way. $400. Link is in the description. It does not tell you what direction to install a stepper motor. Oh, wait a minute, here it goes. So it looks like this goes this way. And the motor plug goes that way? Away from the box? Okay. That's what they want. Boy, that's machined well enough that the motor stays in there. That's actually pretty impressive machining. No worries. I mentioned that so that anybody else who wants to check it can. Now, I did add that link after I started the stream, so if you were here from the very beginning, you might have to hit refresh. How is my leg doing? Oh, yeah, before I even saw the doctor, it closed up. And then it just went away. Yeah, actually, I got a 20D right here. Here's a 20D. That lens is worth like 10 of these cameras. You want to talk about old? I have a Nikon D1. I have a FinePix S2 Pro. I have a Casio QV700, a QV10, and a QVA 10A. And I have the QV2800 UX, which is really cool. Please stop getting in my way. Yes, go up there. And I also have a D200, Nikon D200. And yeah, I mostly use my 6D and 7D. Those are my primaries. Yeah, that was worrying me a little bit when that wouldn't close up. I was like, it didn't hurt or anything, but I couldn't imagine that being a good thing. He said I was probably right. He said the rate at which fluid was coming out was probably why it wasn't closing. Like, so much fluid was coming out that it wasn't letting it close. It's weird. You know how it got to close? I dehydrated myself. I stopped drinking. I drank almost nothing for 2 days. And then it just started closing up. I guess I reduced the fluid flow enough. Well, it's kind of weird. I don't tend to get rid of that kind of stuff because there's no benefit to me to getting rid of it. I mean, I do still actually use them. I mean, they are still perfectly usable hardware. And, hang on, let me get... Why won't this wrench go in the goddamn hole? Would you go in the freaking hole? Jesus. Okay, so there's that. And that is... Oh, I forgot to install this. I'm probably going to have to remove that. Well, maybe not. Yeah, I can shimmy it. Nope, that's going to be this one too. Oh, that's going to be a smaller one. I think mine's a Pentax K1000 too. Or was it just a Pentax K? The film SLR, the 35mm Pentax? Maybe it was just a Pentax K? But I have an old Pentax film camera. I beat the piss out of that camera. Really? I think that's exactly the camera I have. Man, I beat the shit out of that camera. Taking it four-wheeling, launches, everything. I mean, I just beat the snot out of it. And it would not die. It had a squeaky shutter by the time I was done. You know, you'd take a picture, and instead of it was a... You know, it's because the shutter squeaked a little bit. I had the motor drive for it. I still have that somewhere. I also have a couple of AE1s. Like Canon AE1s. I just never had much glass for it. Alrighty, that is the carriage assembly. So your belts will go on these two wheels here and drive this back and forth across the frame. And then this is your X-axis, which is already fully assembled. Step 2. Build the frame. That is going to be bag step 2. No, they don't. Although I'm thinking about grabbing a slightly more modern Canon film camera. There's one for like $40 locally here. I'm actually the camera will be fun to play with, but I actually just want the lens. The lens is worth more than 40. So I'm gonna get it just to get the lens. It's not an expensive lens; it's a kit lens, but still, the lens is worth like 60. What I would love to get into, but I can't afford to get into yet. Maybe I bet you there's a couple of 3D printed cameras that might be available. But I want to get into medium format, or even large format. I want to get into something bigger than 120 roll film. You know, like 2.3 or 4.5. You know, plate film. I want to get into. I want to try to dabble with some large format photography. I just think that would be fun. I'd also like to, I started building one years ago and never finished it. I believe I still have the scanners, but I'd like to make a scanner camera. Because around here, there are scenic areas around here where nothing moves. Like, it's just short pinon trees, so they're not going to be waving in the wind. And yeah, they really, I would give a lot to have a Hasselblad. Even the cheapest, junkiest, garbage Hasselblad there is, I'd take it. You know, it's amazing. My first digital camera looked a lot like this. This is actually a much more advanced version of my first digital camera. This is a Casio QV700, which I would have given a kidney for back in 1996. But I saved up my $700. Actually, I think the first one was a little more than $700. I think my second camera was $700. But my first camera was right around $1,000, $800,000 bucks, $799, something like that. I got it at a place called Comp USA, and it did not have a flash. It did not have a compact flash card slot like this one does. Okay, what it had was no flash, a 640 by 480 sensor, and you had to use a 2.5 millimeter plug to a 9-pin serial port to download it. And it was a godsend for me, because film was bankrupting me. And this was back in 1996, okay? But film was destroying me because I took so many pictures that you only get 36 pictures on a roll, and then you got to pay for developing. You know, it was getting expensive, and this was free. It was literally AA batteries, and I used rechargeables. Yeah, I posted them all to Facebook. I found my folder with all my old pictures. Most of those pictures from 1996-2000 were shot with my Casio QV10. And I would have given a left nut to have one of these back then. This even has some of the features that were later to come on Casio cameras. Like, it could record in the past video. So it would record a 16-second looping video clip, and when you press the button, it saved the previous 16 seconds. Which was, I didn't even know that existed at the time. And then this one also has film capture. So it'll take 4 pictures before you press the button. Or I think either you press the button and it takes the 4 pictures before, or you hold the button and let go when you want. I don't remember which. But this won't turn on right now. I have to whack it the right way to get it to turn on. Yeah, I don't remember what I did. There's something I have to do to it. It's weird. It's a 25-year-old camera. It doesn't want to turn on every now and then. It won't turn on. I'll have to figure it out. I don't want to hit it too hard because I don't want to break it. It's in mint condition. But anyway, that's what I shot pictures with for years. And then the next camera I got is the Polaroid Pdc 700. It had a flash, it had a compact flash card slot, and it was 1.3 megapixels. Then the next camera after that was the Coolpix 5000 from Nikon. It wasn't that great a camera, but it worked for me. It's 5 megapixels. You can say, why would you get that when you can get, like, the FinePix or the D1? Well, because the FinePix and D1 were $4,000 cameras at the time. Someone like me didn't have that kind of money. But, and then after that came the Canon Rebel XT. I think it was 10 megapixels. And that's when, I stopped with the prosumer cameras and I just went all SLR after that. Okay. So how is this going to work? So this is the stop one. Do 2 of these have stops? No. And it's not telling me which way it goes. Yes, it is. There's a limit screw. Limit screw is left side of frame. So that's going to be this side. And then this will be this side of the frame. So there's a limit screw to stop the head from going too far. Now, are these any different or are these identical? Well, I'm guessing the longer one is going to be up front. And then the smooth is going to be up front. And the open extrusion is going to be on the bottom. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I never had a Mavica. I got to play with one. I don't know if I ever actually bought one. I do have a Apple Quick Take 100. I do have one of those. I never got it working, but I have one. I got a QV10, a QV10A. I think I might have gotten a QV300 at some point. Pretty good 3D print creator. I always loved the idea of using floppies in the Mavica. I thought that was kind of cool. But they also had an adapter that would take a memory stick. And can't remember what else they had. Hang on, let's get this going. So now we install these into the extrusion. Is it really that simple? No, it doesn't do that. It's not, it has to go in there. Ah, that's how it goes. And then it goes into the frame. Nope, you can't get to the frame then. What the hell? Does it go like that? It must. What? Okay, I see. So it goes to the inside on both, and then you can fit the screw through here into the threaded end of the frame. Okay. That's going to be the big one. Nice and clean. I like that. So the frame goes end this way, and there's a little 90-degree elbow that helps hold it together, and then there's a hole through the end, and it threads into this piece. That's pretty neat. I like it. So inside, nope, we're going to do this one next. There it is. Inside to inside, this way, so that the screw can pass through. Go. And that keeps everything neat and flush. I like it. Now, don't I need to install the carriage first? No, I don't. the carriage does go on afterwards. Who would have thunk? So that's going to go this way. That's going to go there. That's going to go there, like that. Okay, frame is assembled. Alright, next step is to install the carriage. I believe that's just going to slide right over the frame. Just like that. Yep. Bingo bango, that easy. So now that is installed. Yeah, I bet. I feel straight. I aligned each piece before I tightened it. And this table is not flat. It's got a little dip in the middle. It even mentions that in the instructions. During the process, hold down the frame by hand to prevent the frame from warping. So it's good that they include that. We're building a laser burner today. So this is the Longer3D 5. Oh, the one that I'm going to build. Well, I have to wait till I can at least buy the hot end. I don't have the money for that yet. But I did order parts. By the way, I got the 10mm rails in. They're pretty darn stiff. You could build a printer out of 10mm rails. That's cute. And that is step 3. Okay. So it looks like now we install the feet. Those are going to use the M5/8s. We are in bag number 4, very clearly marked, which I love when manufacturers do this. Come on, focus here. There you go. Alfaro Laser 2. Cool. Alright, I did not use the washers. I do not like using the washers when I do the extrusion joints. I know, I love it. I've been waiting forever for a laser that was fully self-contained, that you didn't have to connect to a PC. So yeah, I'm seriously, I'm hoping I'm gonna like this. Okay, so here, There are 7 large ones, 8 large ones, and there's 1 little one. What's the 1 little one do? Is this the... No, too short. Hey. Yeah, I can't talk right now. I'm on a live stream. No problem. Well, that's 3D printing related, so hang on. Let's see, where is an email from you? There it is. Okay. Yeah. I think the problem there is too thin. Well, here's what I want you to do. In the slicer, I want you to alter the dimensions of that object. First, you're going to disconnect the X, Y, and Z so that it doesn't alter all 3 of them together. And I want you to make it 10 millimeters wide. And then I want you to slice it and see if it looks like it's supposed to look. If it does, you have a thin wall behavior problem here. Matter of fact, you can see it in your slice. You notice how your bevel is at an angle like the end of your fin is? But then in the slicer, you don't see that? Oh, you do. It's further back. Yeah, I see. It's further back. But you're beveled. You see how I'm just... Scott, I've got people online right now, so I can't go through the whole thing with you. We have to do it later. But for now, the setting you need to mess with to try to get that to slice correctly, if you open up your process and you go to the other, no, is other or advanced? Advanced tab. So you go to the advanced tab and you go to thin wall behavior. That's what you have to play with. So the first thing I would do is try to allow thin perimeters and change the perimeter overlap to 100% and see if that works, see if that slices. Try changing it to 100%, try changing it to perimeter only, try to play with those 3 settings to see if you can get it to slice that correctly. But the problem is you're going thinner than 0.4 millimeters, and so the slicer's trying to compensate for that. Yep, because you went down below 0, so you had gaps. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Well, I don't know what the reason is for that. It's probably not printing the way it's supposed to. It's probably just looking like it's supposed to, which is fine. As long as it looks close enough, you're fine. No, that's not an island. That's a continuation of that tab that it's trying to alter to compensate for. So that artifact is the compensation. So the top of that tab that you see on there, that is when your fin becomes thick enough that it can now route the G-code properly. Alright, so what you have to do is you have to mess with those 3 settings. Like sometimes, for example, I need to go perimeter only, not infill, and then 50% or 100%, but play with those settings until it gives you what you want. Okay? Worst case scenario, you got to make it thicker. I should be done by 4. Alright? You got it. Alright, we'll talk about it later. Alright, bye. So, the problem he was having was this. He's trying to vase mode print this fin for a rocket. But when it slices, it does this. And the reason it's doing that is because he's too thin here. And so the slicer is trying to compensate. It's trying to make something usable because he's too thin. So he has to either figure out the thin wall behavior that will kludge it and make it work, or he's got to make this thicker. Because his fin is coming to a point like this. And that point is getting too thin. So what he really needs to do is he needs to thicken up that point a little bit. Let's get rid of all the crap in here while I'm in here. I don't need any of this. I don't need any of this. I don't need that. I don't need that. Ooh, got a lot of crap. Hang on a second. I'm just getting through all this, deleting all the email I don't need. Okay. That's not a cursor. That's called NicoCat. So you can just do a search for NicoCat, which is basically cat, because Nico is cat in Japanese. But N-E-K-O cat. It's just a little animated cat that lives on your desktop. And then this here that you're seeing, my cursor, you can see my cursor actually has a tail. You're not okay. The animation does not come through on the video, but you see the tail is crooked. That's because I actually have a wagtail animation. Actually, it's called wagtail.ani. wagtail.ani. And that's an animated mouse cursor. So my mouse cursor wags its tail back and forth like that. And then the little cat you see living on my screen, that's called NicoCat. You got it, Ronald. So what does this screw go to? Those take the big ones. But where does this one go? This all makes sense. These are all... Do I have any packages to pick up today? Yes, I got 3 to pick up today, including a DHL package. Okay. Let's just close that so I don't keep looking at it. Plates. Come on, there it goes. I like when the threads are clean enough that you don't have to clean them out. You can thread them in by hand. That means they did a halfway decent job of machining and cleaning. Okay. This only gets held on by one? It doesn't get held on the other end? That doesn't make any sense. Unless they're using a bolt to pin the screw. It lines up with the end. Why not 3D print? No, it doesn't. This should take another screw to hold it in the end there. But then I won't have enough screws. Unless this goes there. Maybe it does. It does thread in. I'm betting you that's going to go in there. Yeah, I'm betting this goes right there. And the end stop works. Okay. And that is in. We're installing the 4 legs now. Here's these pieces here. And the control box makes up the 4th leg, so you only get 3 of these. Nice. All threads in by hand. I like it. I now know why these companies like these laser engravers so much. Because they have very few parts, simpler parts count, cheaper components, smaller packaging. Everything about them is a higher profit margin. Significantly higher profit margin. They're making boku dollars on these things. Okay. And now we thread the belt. using hammer nuts to hold the belt. Okay. So we take bag step 5. That contains the hammer nuts. Come on. Autofocus. Come on. There it goes. Funny translations. Longer's been doing a good job. I got to give Longer credit. They've been doing a very, very good job, in my opinion. Yeah, I bet it was. What a world. Why is there only 3 hammer nuts? Oh, there it is. It was on the end of the Allen key. It looked like it was part of the Allen key. Okay. So this becomes the fun part. We have to thread the belts onto the extrusions. There we go. So at this point, there we go. So rolling assembly, thread the belts on. So the way this has to, the way I do this is I come in. So here's your. Let's get down where you can see this. Okay. So here is your gear drive under here, and you're going to create a shape that does this. It goes under the wheel, over the gear drive, under the wheel, and then you pin it on both ends. So I put it over the wheel and shove it under. There we go. Oh, I missed the opening. Get in the hole. You can also just shove it down and then roll it. And there it is. And you just pick it out of the extrusion. There it is. So now I have the end of the belt here. And then pull it through. Do the same thing on this side. Just shove it into the extrusion path until it pops out on this side. And now you have your belt attached to the unit there. Now, is it just straight up pinned? I think it is just straight up pinned. Yeah, we're good there. Oh yeah, the stepper's turning. And then I believe it's as simple as turn the hammer nut in. Does that hit? No. It stops before it gets there. So you got to make sure it's far enough to the end that it does not get in the way. Alright. Turn it around and do the other side. I mean, their printers aren't quite as good as Creality printers, but the vast majority of people will never be able to tell the difference. And their touchscreen UIs are second to none. Excellent touchscreen UIs. They've really done a good job like that. It feels like you're using a smartphone. Very, very good. Okay. Why can't I make this turn? It's not that tight. What the hell is it doing that for? Why would you do that? Weird little annoying thing. Mouse keeps getting in the way. I keep hitting it. There we go. Oh, it's not in the belt. Get in there. What the hell? How to do that? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The belt somehow inverted itself. Don't know how it did that. There we go. Oh, that's not aligned. Well, that's going to be a problem. Do I have this backwards? I do. How did I do that? Yeah, this whole thing needs to be around the other way. I don't know how I did that. I have the top one backwards. Huh. Yeah, I somehow put it on backwards. That wrench is gone. Thank God I don't need it. Yeah, I think, is the other picture backwards? No, it's showing it that way too. Yeah, the pictures are right. I screwed up, but I'm backwards. Easy fix, but still weird. Oh. Yeah, that was on backwards. It's still out of alignment though. I have to adjust that. Ah, I don't mind. It happens. Okay. Get the fucking hole. Thank you. Okay, that needs to be shimmed or moved because it is in the wrong position. Yeah. Shut up. Stupid Windows BS. There we go. There we go. Put the hammer nuts back in. Why won't that turn? There's no reason why that should give me a hard time. Why is this giving me such a hard time? Just turn. Like, there is no reason for this to be so hard. It's not that, it shouldn't be that tight. There we go. Okay. Now, I'm going to fix this while I'm down here. So this here is off. This wheel right here, it's kicked out too much. It needs to come in more. The wheel is not in alignment with the path. So there's 2 grub screws on this wheel that I have to loosen, put the wheel in the right place, and then tighten again. There we go. Now I can center that wheel. I should just roll it back and forth a few times and it'll self-center. Boy, that really wants to wobble, huh? And then tighten it up. Otherwise that belt's going to be climbing up the side of that gear. Hi, baby. How you doing? Yeah? You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. Yeah. You're such a good boy. Okay. Alright, kitty. You're kind of in the way. Okay. There we go. And one more to go. There we go. Okay. Hi, kitty. Yeah, you like it there, huh? You're such a good boy. You just want to be close by, huh? Yeah. Mm-hmm. You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. Ooh, it's down to 19 degrees. And then now. Okay. Alright, next up is installing the head. I'm trapping you, kitty. I'm trapping you in with a laser. It's a laser trap. I got this laser for review. Longer sent it to me. Crap. I just dumped a bunch of stuff out of the bag. Yet those are gone. Those are so freaking gone. I found the screw. But I think the spacer is history. I don't think I'll... No, come on. Stop messing with my screws. Come on. Stop messing with my screws. Yeah, I think that, I think the spacer's gone. Mm-hmm. Oh, crap, I found it. That's incredible. That is a minor miracle. Finding something that tiny. That is a miracle. Wow, I cannot... I dropped that little tiny screw in that little tiny spacer. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yep. That's enough. You ain't got to lose all my screws for me. Oh. Wasn't that interesting? I see. Guess it would help if I didn't put it in upside down, huh? Spacers! I haven't seen a video from him in a while. I gotta go check out his channel. Maybe YouTube's not showing it to me. I hope he's okay. Because he's amazing. He's a ton of fun. Okay. So there's the slide to adjust that. But see, there's nothing to stop that from doing that. That's where these come in handy. Oh, those are just height limiters, I think. Are you kidding me? No, they go there. Oh, they go in there. Holy crap. Boy, that's going to be fun. Ugh, almost friggin' dropped it again. I ain't going to get lucky like that twice. Jesus Christ, come on. That's a... The laser head... Okay, the steps need to change. The laser head needs to go in first. Because this is a pain. And there's nothing to stop this from wiggling its way out over time. Which is a problem. Maybe. Maybe it's not a problem. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Yeah, but whoever thought installing the laser head after the installing the rest of the printer is an idiot. Sorry. Not sorry. You put the laser head on while this piece is not part of the printer. Because this is a pain in the ass. But beyond that, that's fine. Okay. That's still not a very elegant solution, but it does work. Come on. There we go. This is going to go here. What the hell's that? Is that just a stiffener? That's just a stiffener. Ah, that's just a stiffener. Okay. I think they actually listened to me. They actually listened to me. Remember I told them before to put like some kind of wire or something inside this tube so this tends to want to stay up like this. So this tends to want to stay up in the air and not get jammed up in everything. They listened. So this here, right here, see? See how we have this stiff tube in here? That is inside of here. So we can zip tie this down and keep this from jittering all over the place. Although they did not put holes in here to do it with. You need 2 sets of holes. You got the holes on this side, but not quite the right holes on the other side. But still, it's not bad. They listened. There is the end of the tube, which means I want it gripping like this. So there are 2 holes here, which will allow us to put 2 zip ties on here, because you need 2 to prevent rotation on one axis. I'm tempted. But I want to check first, see if there's other holes. Okay, so that keeps that vertical. And now, is there... Well, actually there is. We can go diagonally. I don't like the way that's going, though. But that will work. Ooh, that's almost too short. Yeah, that's a bit on the short side there, guys. That cable needs to be a little bit longer there, guys. This will roll back and forth this way. And I can't move this up further, even though I have slack here, because then you won't have the tube inside there. You won't have the bite on that tube. And this needs to go all the way over here. Yeah, this cable needs to be a little longer. It's not the end of the world, but yeah, it does need to be longer. Of course, this does not want to rotate properly now. Yeah, this isn't long enough. Can I force it out more? It's not long enough. Let's redo these. Okay. There it is. So we need 2 connection points on here because we want that to stay vertical. There's nothing stopping this from flopping down. And they didn't give me 2 points to attach it to. If it was longer, I could use 2 points over here. I could use 2 points here to attach it. So I can use this hole and this hole and have the cable come out like this. But this cable isn't long enough, I don't think. So this has to go out that far. And the end of our stick is right here. I'd have to put it on the inside. And it's just barely long enough. Okay. Now does that allow me to compress? Yes. Okay, but I really need 2 here. Otherwise it tips over like you just saw. So they did what needed to be done, but they were a little bit too stingy with the lengths of the wires. Because I'd rather have this on the outside. In fact, I think it needs to be on the outside because otherwise you're going to have a problem with going underneath the stepper motor like that. Okay. can I spend the night tonight? Only if you taste good. Okay. And see, I can't make it to these two holes over here. See, what I want to do is I want to put them on these two holes right here, so I can have them coming out at an angle like this, but it's not long enough, so I can't do that. So what I need is a second hole right here to pin this bad boy down, but it's not going to let me do that. So this will have to do for now. Okay. No, you son of a bitch! I hate when you see it coming and you still can't stop it. At least I only spilled a little bit. There is no sexuality in dinner. So that doesn't even make sense. Or did you forget that we're lizards and we like to eat people? Okay. What's all this for? Okay. So what are these for? There's all kinds of screws and brackets. Is that to bolt the machine down? Yeah, there's holes there. It doesn't mention it at all. Sorry, man, that's not how it works. Once you get chopped up and stuck in the freezer, you're just meat, like any other meat. Maybe we'll have you with, butter herb noodles, or maybe we'll have you with Spanish rice, or, maybe I'll make a stew. Either which way, you get eaten. Okay. Okay, so the power comes in over here. Watch my spiral disappear upon reading what? Well, I never met you in high school. That I know, but it is just poking fun. But I do have, 4 freezers for a reason. Let's see, so that should do it. So the one change I would make is to make this cable here going to the laser head longer. What's your real name then? Nah, I stroke it nice and carefully. Okay, memory card's in. Now we need to set the burn height. And the way you do that is you put whatever you're going to burn underneath of it. And then there is a cavity on the back of the unit. Can you see this? There it is. So right here, there's an opening. Right there, little cutout right there. And that cutout is your burn height. So you lower this. There we go. Now it's sitting on top of that. And you tighten this up. And now we have the correct burn height above the wood. There we go. Align the red light blocker. It's not in the center. It looks okay. It can't be moved. It's fixed holes going through the light blocker. This does need to tilt a little bit. There we go. What's Brazers? Okay. Okay. So I guess sculpture, bird, frame, oh, it's burning now. You don't need the glasses with that on there? Oh, okay. But I'm going to wear the glasses anyway, just in case. I only got one eye. Why? Oh. Yeah, they make it hard to see, though. Because they're dark green and they squeeze my head. Which hurts. Because I got a big head and these are small glasses. Wow. It's a lot of money. Well, I'm big even for an American, so it'd probably fit most people fine. They just squeeze my temples right here because of how wide my head is. I could probably just stretch them out a little bit. Oh yeah, that helped a little bit. They still squeeze, but... Oh, it's a bunch of different little birds. Ah. It's like 4 different birds. Okay. So let's push this way and do the next one. Oh, I love the fact that I don't have to use a computer. Okay. It is so nice not to have to be connected to a computer. These are all engravers. They can cut some materials, but the proper term is laser engraver. This can cut, like for example, it can cut through thin wood, styrofoam, poster board, foam board, stuff like that, cardboard. It can cut through stuff like that. But any really heavy wood, you're not going to cut through. It could probably mark coated metals. So, for example, anodized aluminum, you'll be able to mark that, so you can make your own metal business card, for example. But this would be properly classified as an engraver. They all are. They're all properly classified as engravers. If you want to get into true cutting, you need a full spectrum laser or a CO2 laser. So, for example, the what is it, CB40 or whatever it is, or that one you can get from China, that would be a CO2 laser. If you got something like the for something like this, cutting wood, no. I mean, you should have ventilation, but I'm really not going to generate that much in a way. This would be equivalent to you you burning a little piece of paper over a candle. You're going to get that kind of emissions. You're burning a little bit of wood. Now, if you start cutting, you know, lots, you know, like over and over again, if you're cutting aluminum, if you're cutting plastics, stuff like that, acrylic, then yes, I would suggest ventilation. I mean, that could be as simple as a fume extractor for a soldering iron, like a soldering iron fume extractor, or all the way up to, you know, a full enclosure with ducting going outside. One thing you should never, ever, ever do is leave a laser unattended. This will start a fire. If that laser light reflects the wrong way and hits something like a curtain, you know, or the likelihood of this starting a fire is pretty close to zero. But yeah, that's a bad habit you don't ever want to form. You never leave a laser unattended. You never initiate a lasering process and walk away. Never. The glasses are slightly adjustable for length, but they're not adjustable for width. So the length is good, but you know, the width. And the problem is I can put them on like this, and they're a lot more comfortable, but you really want them all the way on, because they actually do kind of form a seal around here, where laser light is just not going to get in. And that's what you want. Damn, that looks good. We're going to do all 3 samples, just so I can show you guys what that looks like. It's a color touchscreen. It's not capacitive. At least I don't think it is. Maybe it is. I would have loved to have seen the nice touchscreen like they have on their printers. But it's okay. It is still a nice color interface. I'll show it to you in a minute. The material is plywood that came with it. So it came with a couple of pieces of plywood for you to play around with. Was that 1/8 inch? Looks like 1/8 inch plywood. So this is what I would use to make, for example, some really heavy duty fins on a rocket. That would be some seriously heavy duty fins. Theoretically, it should be able to cut through this. You'd have to work with settings, but it should be able to cut through something like this. Okay. It says file print is done. So what you do is you have a, I don't know why they call it sculpture. You have an option called sculpture, and that's where you go to get to your menu. Logo. And then here you can position, carve. Carve is to tell it to go. You can move it around. So if you want to place the start point at a different location, you can do that. And then there's an option called frame. Frame. Oh, that's what you meant by that. Okay. So frame will draw where it's going to print. And that looks good. Let's go this way a little bit. And I'm guessing it's going to print the longer logo. When it's done, you have the option. I don't know what the plus or minus does. I don't want to mess with that until I know what it does. But you can go back, or you can just hit the check mark and it'll immediately begin burning. Looks like estimated time, XYZ position, a nice progress indicator with the full name of the file in there. You have pause, stop, power, or speed. I don't know what power does. Does that cancel it? I'm guessing I can change the power level, but I don't want to mess with it until it's, you know, done. Yeah, it's the longer logo. Oh, okay. Now I wish when I did frame it would do it more. So when you click frame, I'd like to see it do it 3 times. You know, form the frame around where it's going to print. This way you can fine tune your position each time. And on a table like this, I have a metal steel table, so you could use some small neodymium magnets to hold your workpiece in place. Just stick them on the corners of your workpiece so you can hold it down and keep it from moving. But ultimately what you really want to do is, if you want to get into more advanced stuff, is you want to set up a table and you bolt this machine down to the table. By doing that, you create a fixed reference frame, a fixed set of coordinates between. We're actually not using any software. This is a self-contained unit. Yeah, honeycomb base would work. This is a self-contained unit, so it has an SD card slot and it has an LCD screen. You can use Gerbil or Lightburn. So you would export your G code, and then you would have that to burn over and over again without having to connect to a computer. That's freaking awesome. Okay. Oh, man, those glasses really hurt. So there is the longer logo. That ain't bad. And then on this side, we printed a compass cardinal. Yeah, I bet you could. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Come on, focus. And there's the 4 little birds. Come on. Oh, it was getting my face behind the card. So there's the 4 little birds. And the compass cardinal. That is cool. Somebody sent me a message. Let me show you the UI. Let's get this in position. Frame. Okay. Let's go this way. Let's do frame again. That works. Good. Let me bring you closer. Seriously, we got that much glare? Oh, it's coming from up here. I'm going to have to give you a weird angle here so you can see it. There we go. So this is the interface that comes up. That is your base interface, your X, Y, Z. Now X, Y, and Z, X and Y, there's no Z of course. X starts with wherever the head currently is. So that's why you have the hard stops. So as you can see, there's a hard stop here. And there's a hard stop here. So this way you can consistently get the same 0 point each time. It does not home. They still don't do that, which is annoying. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it is annoying. There we go. So I'm not sure what does adjustment do. Power? I don't know what that is. So I'm going to leave that alone. Control, that's going to allow you to move it around. So how far you want to move each time you press. How fast you want to go, high or low speed. Unlock the stepper motor so you can move it yourself. Move your X and Y position around. Then tools, what's that do? So here's where you get to your Wi-Fi settings. Off the play. If I can connect to this over Wi-Fi, that would be awesome. True, but give me the option to set home. You know, because when you bolt this thing down, being able to reliably set a home every time would be nice. But it's not that big a deal. It's just not that important. So I'm okay with just manually pushing it to, you know, whatever home point you want to set. Which gives me a different idea I want to talk about. So, your sculpture is basically your print option. So you press sculpture. Here's your files. I don't like the fact that they're icons with scrolling. Make it a list so I can see the full file name. I don't like the icons. Get rid of that. That's just dumb. Unless that icon is going to show me a graphic of what it's printing, that's dumb. Those are just blocks. But I'll show you how that works in a moment. So you select your object you want to print. We're going to do the birds. And then you have this option up here called frame. You press frame and it will draw a line with low power showing you where it's going to put the object you're telling it to print. So I'm telling it to print and it's going to print there. That's good. It's not overlapping anything. You're back to this screen again. Yeah, you said that this is number of passes, so I can change the number of passes. Oh, times 1 right there. Times 2. Okay. So they should change that to number of passes instead of times. But that kind of makes sense. Bird, Ray 5, Basswood, Engraving, G code times 1. That does kind of make sense. Pressing OK at this point is a little weird because pressing OK will initiate the print. So be aware of that. Back will take you back to here. Instead of pressing carve, which will begin the carve, that's misspelled by the way, caver. If you go to frame, it will frame out your print, your burn, and then pressing OK begins the carve. Now it's showing you its rough position, the speed and power. So I'm guessing here, yeah, power lets me adjust how much power. Speed allows me to adjust speed. So let's say I want to go, let's go 130%, 140, 150%. Now will that adjust the power accordingly? It looks like it might actually be adjusting the power accordingly. Because that still looks proper. Very cool. Let's see if I can go faster. Then it's using too much power to begin with because it still looks fine to me. Yeah, the nice thing here is that you're just flicking a laser on and off, and this head is really light, so yeah, you could go pretty fast. Well, technically it is a form of carving. You're carving the wood with a laser beam, so they're not entirely wrong. Oh, there's tons of uses for something like this. Carving, imagine this. You now have a wooden business card. Yeah. Old school, you put recipes on wood. Something interesting, like a grandma's recipe. Make it permanent on wood as a Christmas gift. Take a leather wallet or even a vinyl wallet or a cloth wallet and engrave a design or your name on it. Basically, any material that you could stick underneath this thing, in theory, you could engrave onto it. You'd want a sample of the material so you can experiment with power settings to get it right the first time because you don't want to destroy a priceless item. But anything you want. You know, imagine a wallet and putting that compass logo on it. That'd look pretty cool. Or a journal book and you want to engrave your name on it. Or make yourself a wooden Christmas card like I have one here. You know, this was like, I think it was like $10. I have no idea what just fell. And I don't care. Now let's get this out of the way. We're pretty much done with that for now, so we can talk about it. So, for example, these are actually really slick. Why is that still showing up on my screen? I told you to go away. Don't argue with me. $400 for this. So you can make, you know, custom Christmas cards. This is made out of plywood attached to paper. You could make this on this. That would allow you to do that. How freaking cool is that? So you would engrave this, and then you could put a custom message on the back, whatever you want. Well, you could do vinyl as long as you're safe about it. For example, I would take this sucker outside and do that. Because vinyl does release poison gases. So don't just stick anything in there. Also, if you have birds, you need to be you should know this already if you have birds. Birds are hypersensitive to changes in atmosphere. You know, the smallest level of toxicity in the atmosphere can kill a bird. Imagine your $4,000 macaw dying because you burned a wallet in your house. Be careful. Use your brain. You are burning stuff. And when you burn things... Oh, really? Now, that's something I didn't know. Yeah, I wish. Those birds are amazing. Make your own custom metal business cards. You know, there are any number of things you can do. Cloth seats in your car. Like, this one's not good for that, but the little one, that little green one I have, that Ben Brady got, you can use that to take with you to burn things. Now, a couple things I'd like to see. So you saw the end stops. I'd like to see adjustable end stops. Now, that's something you could 3D print. So what I would do is, let's get you a view here. Stop turning on the goddamn godforsaken light. So, for example, I would have a set of end stops that I could bolt onto here and bolt onto here. So I can just thumb screw, move, lock in place, and then see the way this thing homes is you just let's use this one here. Goddamn light. So the frame of the machine here is hitting this pin. So that's your home. Yes, I agree. And I'm also wondering about maybe CO2 immersion. Put this inside of a bucket, and then drop a little tiny bit of CO2 in there. You know, dry ice. This way you can't have combustion, so you'll have the material burning without it combusting, because that's a problem I've run into. I'd like to see them start putting air assist. How much air do you need? Is, for example, an aquarium pump, air pump, sufficient? They're just blocks. Literally, this thing does not home. You place this where you want it, and that is home. So if you want to always start at 0, 0, you would then move that to that stop, move that to that stop. 2 bar, that's a form of pressure. I'm assuming an aquarium pump is not going to give you 2 bar. Also, an aquarium pump will work. Okay, good. Because you could power that right off of this then, and just run the tube along this and down to the head. Ew, there's something all over that plastic. But this would be nice for being able to place the laser where you want it. You know, it's like, say you want to start out here, and then you have a movable end stop that you move into position. And now you have a new home spot, and you just clunk clunk to your home spot where you need it. So I'm actually gonna design something like that. That's a good enough idea that I want to do it. Cool. What about using pure oxygen? That'll really burn fast. But I'm guessing that will actually just start a fire and not blow it out. Because getting an oxygen concentrator is not that difficult. But that's pretty low flow, though. That might not be enough flow. But I'm actually probably going to remove these end stops that the printer comes with and install my own 3D printed end stops. Yeah, so it runs from where now it'll always home back to where it started. So you saw what happened it went, you know, it was burning my print, and then it came back to where it started from. So it'll always come back to that same point. But like, what happens if I bump this thing? Well, now with my custom alignment jigs, I can just back to my custom 0. Yeah, I figured that. Correct. And then you're just heating up carbon at that point, and then you just burn the material instead of cutting it. Okay. So I am going to order an aquarium pump, because I want to do more with this. How about USB aquarium pump? I need an air pump. So there's an ultra quiet USB. And what is the output? It does not list what the output is. I've seen people do that with slate, and it's amazing. Could you imagine being able to custom engrave your entire patio? That's awesome. Or your countertop in your house? Wow. Okay, so USB 1's not going to work. So let's just search for aquarium air pump. Hey, what about it might be too powerful, but although it should be adjustable. What about an air pump for airbrushing? Would an airbrush air pump work? Okay, here's a 4-block one, 254 gallons per hour. So an airbrush air pump will work, because I already have an air pump, airbrush kit. So I wouldn't have to buy anything. So I'm thinking we're going to want something like this. So something like 602 gallons per hour. Okay, so 600 gallons per hour is too much. Okay. Is that sufficient? What did you say I needed? 180 liters. Oh, liters. So that's what? 50 gallons an hour? So even this 100 gallon per hour is too much? Okay. 20 psi to GPH. How do you convert this? What does 2 bar mean? 2 bar per hour? It says here 2 bar would be like 62 gallons per hour. So I want about 60 gallons an hour. That's not helping. What does that mean? I know, bar per hour would be the amount. I need to convert to per hour because that's what these things list their rating as. Oh. Well, we're assuming, I guess we're assuming aquarium hosing. So whatever an aquarium tube is, these are aquarium air pumps. I can't use bar. I need gallons per hour. Aquarium pumps are listed in gallons per hour. Not one of these lists a bar rating. They all list gallons per hour. So I'm guessing they're assuming you're using standard aquarium tubing. Meaning your output is fixed. So is 40 GPH enough? Do I need 60? Do I need 80? Do I need 100? Oh, you're using a printer nozzle. Okay, well, how do I... That's actually a good idea, because the printer nozzle would fit right into the tubing as well, I bet. And I'm guessing 1.2 millimeter nozzle would be good enough. Because I have a whole bunch of 1.2 millimeter nozzles. I got a whole bag of them. You can promote it. It's probably not going to let you post a link, but send me the link and I'll add it. Okay, can I tell where your channel is? Yeah, see, YouTube took away the ability to find somebody's channel. Oh, I can go to your channel. Maybe as a owner I can? Here we go. Got it. I know, but the listings on Amazon list amount. So amount is the only thing I can use. So, you know, look. This is what I got. GPH, GPH, GPH. You know, GPH. These things are listed in GPH, so I need GPH. You know? You know, 100 GPH. 254 GPH. The pump on the right, which one? Up? This one here? Silver one that starts at 29. This one here? Okay, so 600 gallons per hour is what you're using? Okay. Looks like it comes with some aquarium hosing. Yeah. So all I gotta do is stick a nozzle inside of that, right? Yeah, see that. Okay, that's what I'll get. And I get it for $21 because I have a gift card on there. Although that gift card's supposed to go to cat food. Alright, it'll be here Friday. Now I've got to get one of those rotators. You know, you replace the x-axis with a rotator, and or the y-axis, and this way I can do body tubes. The one I got was missing parts. Good idea. Hang on. Let's see. Okay, there's the link, and let me add that link to there we go. I agree, 100%. But burning wood, that's not toxic, not in this quantity. Wood and cardboard, you're probably okay with. I have a very, very large volume of space, very well ventilated. If I were to burn plastics or aluminums, yeah, I'd want to either do that outside or have some ventilation. At the minimum, have some sort of a filter, you know, forced air filter, like a fume extractor for soldering, or something to keep you from breathing that crap in. The wood I enjoy. I love the smell of the wood burning. But anything else, definitely have some kind of fume extraction. You know, I wonder if I could split off one of the air hoses to blowing directly on the laser head. Not only would it help cool the laser head, but it would keep anything from gathering on the laser head. It would act as like an air barrier. Is that even needed, or is that just overthinking it? Like, would the air assist be enough? You know, don't have to worry about it. Exactly. You just walk outside with it to your setup and go. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, because whatever you generate is going to be blown right away by the air assist. Okay, that makes sense. So you wouldn't need to blow it directly on the laser. Because while the little red thing is good for, you know, protecting your eyes, it also makes the problem of getting rid of the fumes worse, because now they all collect inside that red hood. Turn this off. Nice solid. I love this on-off button. I wish more printers would use that nice solid, very nice on-off button. That is very cool. Yeah, I could even see having a larger fan blowing over the whole thing, and then the air assist directly on the nozzle. This way, anything that escapes the air assist is blown away by the larger fan. Also, I wonder, I don't know how well this will work. It might be interesting to experiment with it. They make, you know how you can get the glass screen protectors for your phone? And while they also have little tiny circle glass screen protectors to put over your individual camera lenses on things like the iPhone. So I'm wondering if we get one of those little tiny circle screen protectors and stick it on the laser. I wonder if that would protect the laser from fumes without actually messing with the laser. Well, no, you would bolt things down at that point. At that point, you would have a dedicated table, a clamping system. Well, get rid of the adhesive. Yeah, you're right, there is a little bit of adhesive on there, but that could be removed, so it's just a piece of glass. What I'm saying is, would putting a piece of glass in the front of the laser help, or would that make it worse? It would be messing with it? Okay. That's what I was wondering. And there is one more advantage to setting up a laser outdoors, especially if you have a guard around it to stop people from walking up to it. Yeah, that makes sense. When you're doing the entire spectrum, you don't notice it, but when you're doing one band, 405 nanometers, then you'll notice it. Oh, wow. And worse, atomized hydrochloric acid. Don't breathe that. I'm going to actually mod that up tonight. I'm going to 3D print a set of clamps that will, I want to get rid of the end stops that are built into this. And I want to put a set of adjustable 3D clamps on there. I think that would be amazing. So definitely going to do that. And then the K40s. What do they do with the K40s? Put them outside? Yeah, for sure. Well, not for long, at least. I watched a couple of old movies the last couple of days that I really enjoyed. They're some of my favorite movies. I watched Whopper and I watched Daryl. I love both of those. And I also watched Beyond the Stars. Not for a cheap movie, it was not bad. It was pretty good. Actually, it was a pretty high-end movie. Hey, 3D Jeff. Yeah, War Games. I love that movie. It's one of my favorite movies. And then I also watched Daryl, the kid with the computer brain. That was also a good one. Thingiverse Air Assist. Come on, Thingiverse. Air. Yeah, remember the TV show 24, where the whole entire series was one 24-hour day, and you got to watch the whole thing in real time? Yep, that's it. That's Daryl. The CTU, the counterterrorism music ringtone. I had that as my ringtone for a while. Why is this taking so long? Bandwidth is good, 2700 kilobits per second. But Thingiverse is just being a little slow, okay. Come on. Yeah. Not a good reminder. Okay, I see it here. I see a couple of different things. Is there one in particular you want me to see? Yeah, Jack Bauer. I don't have Halo. I'm just not much of a gamer. Dude, you know I'm streaming. Four o'clock my time, not your time. Smiley face. He's calling back again because it's 4:30 where he is. Yeah, I'm down to 62 degrees in this house with the heaters going, or did that heater turn off? That heater turned off. I gotta figure out why it's doing that. It keeps turning off on me. It's the A team. Usually the only time you have a problem with the hot end fix is if you made it a little too short. So make it a little bit longer. Matter of fact, whenever you cut the tube for that, always err on the side of longer, because you can always shorten it, but you can't lengthen it. Oh, before reinserting the PTFE tube, the best way to clean it is to shove the PTFE tube straight through it. So shove your PTFE tube all the way in so it comes out the bottom where the nozzle is. And that'll clear out the inside of the shaft. Bring back Root. You mean Groot? Groot, he's my my notification ringtone. So whenever I get a text message or something like that, any kind of notification, then it plays I Am Groot. My ringtone's the A-Team, my notifications is Groot. So the air assists where they're using a 50-15 fan, those are not strong enough? Because that's actually a pretty good idea. Because then they can power it right off the system. But I'm guessing that's not enough airflow. Because they don't really put out that much air. No problem, 3D Jeff. Damn, it's 2:30 and we're down to 17 degrees outside. It's going to be... I got to get the kerosene heater in here. Because these electric heaters just aren't going to create enough heat, I don't think. Louisiana hobby guy, okay. True, that would work too. Although it's easy enough just to flip it on. You know, the closest thing to G4Y is Goofy. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. You mean connect an SSR to the air pump and then have this machine turn it on and off? He's just trolling 3D Jeff. No worries. Now, how do you do that programmatically? I guess that would require altering the firmware, right? Assuming there's an available port on the board. I have to figure out how to take this apart. I'm guessing there's screws on the back. What's already there, just not connected to the board. So there's already a socket there that we could assign inside of Lightburn. I don't know. Yes, I mean a plug. There's an available empty socket in there somewhere. I want to guess there's a fan port somewhere. Okay. So we'll have to go over that. I'll have to take that apart and look in there and see what's available. Is it marked? Ah, Chinese New Year. That does make sense. Oh, it's label. Oh, so they literally designed this with that functionality in mind. Oh, that's cool. Now, where is my Lightburn? There's Inkscape. There's there's Lightburn. Okay, so how do I... What's Lightburn Bridge? I wonder. Oh wow, it actually has a touch interface. This actually connects to the router. O-U-S-A. Okay, did it not work or did it work? Connect. There. So we're now connected to Wi-Fi. How do I access it though? Is it? Are we at 7 hours? I doubt it. I started late today. Yeah, it's only 4 hours. Well, if I could just transfer G-code to it and then do it on the screen, that's what I would like to do. I don't want to run it over Wi-Fi. I just want to connect, upload a file to it, and then, you know, I'm good to go. That would be nice. This is connected to Wi-Fi, so now I'm seeing. See, that sucks. I don't want to do that. That begs for trouble. That's a new 3D Jeff. 3D Space Jeff. Yeah, that would be bad. That would be bad news, especially for a long, complex burn. That would suck. But if they could fix it so that I could upload to the SD card, that would be cool. It says it's checking found devices. Yeah, it's an MKS DLC 32 V1.1, 240 megahertz. I'd have to configure it. Three different 3D Jeffs now. Oh my god. 3D Jeff is cloned. He's being cloned. You're being cloned. You're a virus. Still hasn't found nothing. It just says checking found devices. Oh, continue. Your device does not appear to be connected to a laser. Thank you, Paul. That's $20 from Paul. Well, $14. I appreciate that. So it looks like Lightburn can't connect to this. So what's the Wi-Fi for? And I think that crashed. No, it's still going. Let's cancel it. Alright, so I guess I gotta create manually. Are there any instructions? Let's see. Software. Read. Windows hasn't detected anything. Well, oh, duh. I gotta plug it into the USB. I was trying to connect it over Wi-Fi. I guess maybe I have to use the USB cable. Can I reach? Is the question. Almost. Come here. Come here, laser. Good laser. Okay. Find my laser. There it is, Gerbil 400 by 400 at COM5. Add device. And we're going to call it the Longer3D 5. We are homing. Okay, I'm probably, I guess this is front left. Yes. Huh. I'd like to see them enable a way for me to transfer G-code to it over Wi-Fi. That would be nice. Okay, so we select that, hit OK. That's good. Alright, let's find a picture. Okay. Here's a black one. Save image. Desktop. Well, I can always just hook a tablet up to it, but I'd prefer to just save the G-code and go. Alright. Import. And it does not see my download unless it's on desktop. There it is. Let's stick it down at 0, 0. Okay, now I've never actually used Lightburn before, so let's figure this out. That's good enough. Now how do I do a vector in... How do you do a vector? So just... double clicking the layer tab doesn't do anything. Oh, this layer. That doesn't do anything either. How do I do a vector so it just does the outline? The line where it says fill. There is no line that says fill. This line here? Ah, okay. Can't do that. Right click, trace image. I don't see a line mode. Okay. Okay, mode. I can't change mode. I can't change that. Why do I need to move the object? It's grayed out. Image mode is it's grayed out. I can't change it to... Oh, wait a minute. Nope, that's not it. Oh, here's the air assist. Thank you, Drake. I appreciate that a lot. That's $5 from Drake. How big is this? We are 60. No. It's gray. Okay, close the box. Alright, we're at the main window. Let's switch over to that so you can see what we're doing. There we go. Can you hear me okay? I didn't select a circle tool. I imported a circle image. So this is a picture. It's just this. It's just a picture. So I just want to vectorize it. Delete it. Okay, well, how do I do that with a picture? Because if I do something more complex, I'm not going to generate a circle. I'm going to draw it in something else. Yep, the circle tool. And that will just trace an outline? Okay. Alright, now what power should I use? I want to cut through it. Alright, speed 300, power 100%. How many passes do you think it'll take? 1/8 inch plywood, 2 passes. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you said millimeters per minute. So 1/60th of that. That's what, 50? Yeah, 50 millimeters per second would be 300 millimeters per minute. Okay, anything else I need to change? I assume you want me to change the units, millimeters per second. It is millimeters per minute. It was already set for that. So why did that show? That was weird. It was already set for minutes. And you wanted 300 millimeters per minute? Yeah, I did too. No, that's what I'm saying. In here, it was already set for millimeters per minute. But in the settings, you're right, it said millimeters per second. That was really weird. But now it's set right. So, 300 millimeters per minute, 100% power, 2 passes. All good? Okay, frame is not turning on the laser. Why isn't frame turning on the laser? I know, but frame is not turning on the laser. When I click frame, it's not turning on the dot. See? Control. No change. Okay. So edit settings. Alright, how do I set the laser here? Okay. device settings. Okay. I got you. Enable fire button. I don't see anything called enable fire button. Oh, enable laser fire button. Okay. Got it. Hit okay. Anything else? Because it's still not lighting up. Nope. Nothing. Shift and control do nothing. Nope. Now it's yelling at me. It's pissed off now. Control, frame, no. Move tab. In the Move tab, see the power setting. Where's the Move tab? Where's the Move tab? Oh, Move. Power. 2%. There we go. Okay, you have to hold shift. That's kind of silly. Why do you have to hold shift? What does this do? Cool. Okay. So now I should be able to hit start. Yep. That did it. Sweet. And the air assist worked. I just blew on it. I was the air assist, yeah. But yeah, there we go. I think it might have burned through it on the first pass. But yeah, that's a nice clean burn too. Very nice. Let's switch back to that. And get rid of that. There we go. Yeah, that worked great. Boy, that's a big kerf on there, though. Look at that. Look how much extra space there is there. Wow. The focus should be good. I use the little thing to adjust the focus. How do you eyeball the focus? Oh, I need that little card that shows me a dot. 1/8 inch, 3 mil. .5 millimeter. So 2.5 millimeter ply. Yeah, they didn't include a card with this one. Because that card makes the... Because when you can't see the dot is a glare. So the dot looks 10 times bigger than it actually is. It's like looking at the sun. The sun's actually that big, but it looks this big because of all the glare. So I have to find one of those cards. I wonder, is that something that you can buy? Can I get a bigger one of those? Yeah, the glasses would help. And doesn't look like you can buy that kind of thing. At least I don't see it. Oh, black anodized aluminum will do the same thing? It'll give you that crisp dot. Yeah, it's got to be thin enough not to make a difference between what you're burning and what you're cutting. But yeah, that worked great. Very cool. So these are to bolt the machine itself down to your table. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I see what you mean. So once you get the correct height, you could then measure that height and... Well, actually, the easiest thing to do, and I can 3D print this too, is you make a two-piece cylinder that has threading on it. And then when you set your laser up, you adjust that 3D printed cylinder with threading, and you keep adjusting it until you get the exact right focus. And then once you have the focus, you then CA glue your cylinder together so it can't be adjusted again. And now you have a focus for whatever it is you're doing. Correct. You'd want to focus the middle, because otherwise it'll get wider as you go through the part. So yeah, the way to do that would be to have a two-piece cylinder that's threaded, and then you would unthread it, and you would get it to the right height you need, and then once you have the correct height, you then super glue the cylinder together, and now you'd have a custom cylinder for just your printer, your laser head. So in theory, that could work. Yeah, but you're never going to be able to see enough detail on that line because it's going to burn the material. At least I don't think my eyesight's going to be good enough for that. I don't think I got good enough eye for that. Oh, because that looks nice and crisp. I mean, that looks seriously crisp. You made a flippy handle on the side of my laser. That way, flip it down and I can eyeball it to the middle of the material. I don't understand. You mean a handle that comes down to the depth that your laser is going to focus on? Is that what you mean by that? Like you basically have a depth gauge that pops out? Okay, that's what I thought. So you have a flip down depth gauge. Okay. And so you could take something like, you'd have a little arm that flips down and that's your focus point. And then you could also put the material next to it and put the end of that arm in the middle of your material. Yeah, I can see that. That would work. This does not move well. This was never intended to be... They made this adjustable so you can adjust for material, but they really didn't design this to be adjustable. It's very, very poorly designed to be adjustable. This needs a carriage that I can turn a screw and move this up and down. So I might even try to print something to do that because that's bad. If you're going to be printing flat stuff, well, it's 5 watt. 5 watt output. If you're going to be printing flat stuff all the time, this is fine, because once you get it set, you're good. But if you have to move this even slightly more than frequently, this needs a proper carriage that I can just turn a handle and fine-tune, adjust the height of this thing. Because that's going to be a pain in the ass. Because you can see, I can even make this move. Look at this. I can even make this jiggle like this, side to side. There's way too much slop and play in that adjustment assembly. Well, no, the other one I have has a nice, I think, maybe I'm remembering wrong, but I thought the other laser I have had a nice adjustment. Yeah, it did. It cut that nicely. Yeah, I was pretty pleased by that. Nice. They have a 10-watt output laser for this? Jesus. That's a lot of juice. But yeah, I'd like to see them redo this. I'd like to see a nice slider mechanism with a little piece of linear rail, and then you would adjust the screw to up and down and then lock it in place for a second. Well, this is metal. It's not going to do that. These are supposed to be... These lasers are supposed to have better collimation. They're supposed to produce a thinner beam. That's what they claim. Whether it actually does or not, who knows? But that's what they're claiming. Because see, what I want to do is I want to be able to cut body tubes so that I can then make through the wall fins, where the fin goes through the wall to the center tube in the middle here, instead of, you know, the way I'm doing it now with a slide-in piece, because then you eliminate the need for this whole entire plastic piece. Yeah, then I got a focus issue because that's a hell of a lot more than 0.18. I mean, obviously that's cut in half because it's two sides, but that's a pretty wide beam path. Oh, interesting. It's a square? A perfect rectangle is another word for square. But I didn't realize it was a square beam. Wasn't that interesting? So your cut path would actually be... it would be a rotary thing. You know, that little thing you replace your one axis with this rotary thing to rotate the body tube as X. That's what I would want to do. Huh. So your cut path is actually going to be the diagonal of the square. So how big is the how big is the beam on this one? Well, if we assume it's 0.1012, times 0.012 times 2, and then square root. Does this not do square root? This doesn't look right. Why did it get smaller? Am I looking at this wrong? If you square 12, it's 144. But if you square 0.012, it's 0.000144, which doesn't make any sense. Why would it get smaller? Well, that's what it is. I'm surprised this calculator doesn't have a square root function. Square root of 0.000288.
Here's what I found on the web.
That's not right. I did something wrong. Oh, it should just be a divide by 2. Yeah, why am I getting such weird values here? No, that's adding them. Multiply them. I don't know what it's like in Albuquerque, but here we got about a foot of snow, well, about 6 inches of snow, and 17 degrees Fahrenheit. Edgewood. Why can't I do the math on this? I do. Edgewood, New Mexico. Just outside of Albuquerque. I'm about 1,500, 1,800 feet higher up than Albuquerque. East Mountains. Well, no, it wasn't. Okay. Collimation, a laser is collimated light. So a light is just blah. While a laser is like a water hose. All the light particles, all the photons going the same way. Now, most lasers are actually a triangle. No, not the pattern that it forms on the paper, but the actual path. It's a cone. So the laser light forms a cone. And the tighter your collimation, the more like a cylinder. A perfect laser would be a cylinder. So it would be 0.018 here, and it would be 0.018 here. But the reality is it's more like a flashlight. So, let's get dimmer. This is not going to work. It's not focused. Yeah, this is not focused. So a laser is a perfect cylinder. A perfect laser would be a perfect. If this is your beam diameter, then it'll be that same beam diameter for its entire length. A cylinder. In reality, it's not. The laser is focused and has a beam diameter of this at its perfect focus point. So at its perfect focus point, zap, nailed it. There's your beam. But if your beam is out here, then, maybe that's your diameter. Okay? So, oh wow, I did spill something. Because this has got some shit all over it. Huh. I spilled something here at some point. So, better way of describing it. This is not working. Seriously, I don't have a goddamn pen anywhere here. Don't you mess with me. You mess with me, I'll end you. So, that's a light, that's a laser. All the light goes in the same direction, but this is theoretical. You don't actually get that. What you actually get is this. Or in our case, what you actually get is something like this, where it's a cone, but because we're using a focusing element, we actually get something like this. So what's happening is your source looks like this. And we use the tools to adjust the focusing point so that this point right here, where it's the tightest, is where we're cutting. Or if you're cutting something thicker, you place that point close to the middle of whatever material you're cutting. Which means if you're cutting something that thick, your actual, instead of having, two things, like this laser would give you two pieces cut in half that look like that, while this laser is going to give you two pieces cut in half that look like that. So adjusting your focus and a limitation on thickness is based on reducing that as much as possible. Okay, so this is actually really, really close to a straight cylinder, but not quite. And the problem is, in order to cut through the material properly, you need that laser to be as tight as possible, because 5 watts is not a lot. Even 10 watts is not a lot. If you mess up that focus by too much, you're just shining a bright light on it. So it's like magnifying with a magnifying glass with the sun. It doesn't burn anything. You can sit there all day with a magnifying lens in the sunlight, and it's not going to do a thing until you focus all that light into one point. Then you get the burning, and that's what's happening with the laser. So, except now, instead of that point being a cylinder, it's actually a square. I didn't know that. I didn't know the beam was actually a square profile. That's kind of cool. But that's how lasers and focusing work. Very, very primitive description. That's a very, very simplified description. So your optimal is this, but this is almost impossible to achieve. You're always going to have some, what's the word for it? Why would they care what direction, as long as it's unless it wasn't a square, if it was a rectangle. If it's a square, it's going to be the same. Your problem will be when you make a circle, because well, this is a square. This angle, this line here, is bigger than this line or this line. So you're going to cut a .018 path, or you're going to cut a .018 path, but if you try to cut a diagonal path, you're cutting a path this wide, because that path isn't, that path is diagonal. It's like the diagonal of your TV. Well, it's kind of amazing the quality we get for $400. I mean, 20 years ago, what would it have cost you to make something like this, if it was even possible? It would have cost a fortune. And now, $400 on Amazon, and you have one. So there's limitations, but it's still also pretty amazing, too. Actually, I can tell you, when the first affordable blue laser came on the market, PlayStation 3. I think it was 3. Was it 2 or 3? We're talking about consumer grade stuff. And even then, 20 years ago, what did that CO2 laser cost? I bet you it cost a pretty penny. Because, I mean, K40s right now, a K40 laser even today is still $450. Wow. That's pretty goddamn cheap. $415. What the hell? I didn't know you can get them that cheap. That's shipped. What the hell? The laser tube is half the price of the printer. Yeah, Umtech, I think. Wow. I didn't know you can do stuff like that for that kind of price. That's actually incredible. You know that the honeycomb work table might be a decent buy. It's only $38, but it's small, 320 by 220. Can you get bigger? Don't mess with a laser at all unless you know what you're doing. I mean, I wouldn't touch anything but something like this if you don't know what you're doing. Lasers are fucking dangerous. I mean, wow. Yeah, the Sony PS3 was the first affordable laser. People were buying PS3s just to rip the blue laser out of them. And they weren't even using them for laser cutters. They were using them to make the cheapest blue laser pointers that you could buy anywhere. And now you could buy a blue laser pointer for $20, if that. Yeah, lasers are just fucking dangerous. I mean, you don't have to look at the laser for it to burn something, start a fire, or destroy your eyeballs. The reflected laser light is enough to do that. You know, that you say, well, wait a minute, didn't you just say the laser has to be focused for it to do any damage? For it to burn through a piece of plywood. But to destroy your eyeball, it does not have to be focused. to start your curtains on fire, it does not have to be focused. And now, if I aren't CO2 lasers infrared? CO2 lasers are infrared lasers, right? So the reason that a CO2 laser is so dangerous, besides the fact that they're built cheap as hell, but you can't see it. So it could be burning a hole through your eyeball, and the first warning you will get is your eyes stop working, and you wonder why it's getting hot. That's the warning you'll get. Because you're not gonna you even if you could blink your eye closed fast enough, you can't see it. It's sitting there burning a piece of newspaper 5 feet away. Well, it's gonna take it like 2 minutes to burn that newspaper, but you can't see it, so you don't know it's burning the newspaper until you come back to your house burned down. Even the portable blue laser, and even the green lasers can be damaging. Like, I would not trust, anything in this price range. These work very well for the blue. I've tested it. I've put the blue laser, tried to burn through it, and these actually do work. They do work well for the blue diode lasers. But, Jesus. Don't fuck with lasers unless you know what you're doing. If you don't have a workshop specifically for it, you don't know what you're doing. But, yeah, or the blue ones are especially dangerous for pets because the pets are attracted to the blue light. Not only is it blue light, but it's moving. Have you ever played with a cat and a laser pointer? But yeah, just don't fuck with lasers unless you know what you're doing. Yeah, they use what do they call it? Galvanometers to no, they don't. They just use fixed lasers, don't they? They use fixed because the laser's not in the head. The laser's in the bottom of the machine. So you have to get the laser beam to whatever you're burning. Exactly. Because you can't see it. Don't fuck with lasers. Unless you know what you're doing. The best way to fuck with lasers? You get one of those Archer sheds. You want to fuck with lasers? This is how you fuck with lasers. You get one of these cheap pieces of shit. I had one of these back in Pennsylvania. I kind of wish I'd have taken it apart and brought it with me, but anyway. You get one of these, $500. Okay? Sometimes you can get them for like $200 or $300 on Craigslist. It's all metal. This whole thing is sheet metal. Okay? Then you get yourself one of these. Okay? You get yourself something like this, a little bit bigger. You know, you get something a little bit bigger than this. But this gives you the idea. Okay? You take something like this, and you put that inside the shed. And then you can go into that shed with the laser. On the outside of the shed, you have a box with your glasses in it. And then you put your glasses on before you open the door, and then you walk inside and you play with your laser. But this way, it's all metal. All right? Concrete floor. All right? No grass. So concrete pad. You put the shed on the pad. You put the table inside the shed. There you go. Well, no, seriously. If you're you know, just, it's not that expensive. $600 and you don't burn your house down. Your home insurance costs more than $600. Okay? You know, I'm going to build a room inside my Connex containers out back for laser work. It's actually going to be lasers and resin printing. I'm going to have a room dedicated for that. Hi, kitty. Hi. How you doing, baby? You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. But seriously, it's not that expensive. You know, $200 or $300 for a used metal shed. You know, $100, maybe $50. For a you know, a metal table, and now you're safe. You can lock the door. Your kids can't get to it. Your pets can't get to it. You know, the neighbor can't get to it. You know, whatever. You know, just maybe it's overkill, but I don't think so. You know, 40-watt lasers that can burn shit, and you can't see the goddamn beam. Just scream dangerous to me. You got it. Well, I got the air pump ordered, so I'll work on that for this. And I can just do it right from the back side. You know, it's open on the back, so I can just have a little spout right there with the nozzle. But yeah, just be safe, guys. Don't, you know, you see $400 and it's a kit and it's all one piece, and you think, oh, this is safe. You know, there's a reason it's in a metal box. There's a reason it's got a lid that closes and it's in a metal box. Because it's dangerous. Just be safe. Alright, I'm going to go get my pictures from the Walgreens, and I'm going to stop by the post office and grab my packages. I think I got a couple packages. So, I will see you guys later. Thank you very much for joining in. Thank you very much to Paul and Drake for donating via Super Chat. PayPal, Patreon, and affiliate links are down below. That is how I earn my income. So I appreciate anything you guys send my way. And I will see you all next week.